Navigating the quantum field of the self. The moment you open this book, a gentle widening moves through the space around you, as if reality itself is stretching softly to make room for your awareness. A quiet shimmer rises in the air, carrying the feeling that something ancient has begun to awaken in the background of your perception, inviting you toward a deeper layer of existence. You are standing at the threshold of the quantum field, the subtle expanse where identity becomes fluid, where perception becomes architecture, and where the hidden dimensions of the self begin to reveal their quiet glow. The atmosphere around you feels calm and spacious, like early morning inside your own consciousness, with a slow and luminous softness settling over everything you can sense. A faint hum moves through the unseen mechanics surrounding you, adjusting themselves to your presence as the observer field opens its gentle attention toward you. This field listens in a way that feels almost alive, responding to the sincerity of your breath and the clarity of your intention. As you relax into this space, a vertical resonance begins to rise within you, moving like a slow column of light that lifts your awareness into higher layers of perception. These upper layers widen as you ascend, opening into soft planes of possibility that feel like quiet rooms made of intelligence, each one holding a version of you that has been waiting patiently to be recognized. The quantum field is not distant or separate, it is the subtle architecture behind your thoughts, the shimmering corridor between your choices, and the hidden gate that opens whenever you pause long enough to notice the space behind your own awareness. The gate is always present, resting in the background of your inner world, waiting for the moment when your attention becomes steady enough to pass through it. As you move deeper into this field, the central currents begin to reveal themselves as slow rivers of intelligence that carry the patterns of your timelines, your intentions, and your unspoken desires. These currents branch and merge in quiet harmony, forming the soft geometry of your life and showing you the map of every path you have taken and every path you have not yet stepped into. Within this gentle expanse, you may sense the presence of your parallel selves, appearing not as figures but as subtle echoes of possibility that move beside you like prismatic reflections. They feel like overlapping layers of your own awareness, guiding you toward the version of yourself that feels most aligned with your deeper truth and helping you remember the shape of who you are becoming. Around you, the spiral begins to rise, turning slowly in a wide and luminous motion that draws your awareness inward toward your core and outward toward the infinite field of potential at the same time. This spiral is the ancient mechanism of growth, the pattern through which intention becomes form and through which identity becomes experience. Every word you speak, every sound you release, every breath you take, and every intention you hold shapes the quantum field around you, weaving new threads into the hidden scaffolding of perception. Your thoughts become doorways, your feelings become coordinates, and your breath becomes a small act of creation that gently shifts the architecture of your reality. The quantum field bends softly around your awareness, listening to your presence and rearranging itself according to the clarity of your inner state. You are not a visitor in this space, you are a participant, a co-creator, and the luminous center of your unfolding reality. As the familiar world begins to dissolve and the deeper truth rises to meet you, a quiet corridor opens before you, carrying the feeling of the moment before the first spell is spoken, the soft unveiling of a new reality waiting for your first step. And now, the doorway into the first chapter begins to open. Chapter 1. The Infinite Workshop Within. I remember the first time I truly understood, not intellectually, but in the marrow of my bones. It was dawn, and I stood on my balcony, watching the sky bleed from indigo to rose. The air hummed with an energy I couldn't name but could feel in my veins. A silent symphony playing just beyond the veil of ordinary perception. That morning, the universe whispered a truth so profound it rewired my reality. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean in a drop. For decades, I chased enlightenment like a mirage. I meditated until my legs fell asleep. read every spiritual text I could find and sought gurus in ashrams and mountaintops. I believed awakening was a destination, a prize to be won through discipline and sacrifice. The universe in its infinite patience kept showing me I was looking in the wrong direction. Awakening isn't a distant shore. It's the water you're already swimming in. It's the realization that you are the creator, the creation, and the canvas all at once. Consciousness, the great sculptor. Let's dismantle a myth. The universe isn't a machine governed by fixed laws. It's a living, breathing entity sculpted by consciousness. Every thought, every emotion, every silent prayer is a chisel in your hands. When you feel joy, you're not just experiencing emotion. You're vibrating at a frequency that reshapes reality itself. When you fear lack, you're weaving threads of scarcity into the tapestry of your life. I once manifested a sudden financial windfall, not through struggle but through clarity. I stopped fixating on bills and instead held the vision of abundance as a fait accompli. Within days, unexpected checks arrived, opportunities materialized, and a long overdue promotion landed in my lap. Coincidence? No. Reality is a mirror reflecting your innermost beliefs. The universe doesn't judge. It simply delivers. If you believe you're worthy, it showers you with gifts. If you believe you're broken, it reflects that fracture back at you. The alchemy of belief. Your beliefs are the operating system of your existence. Most people run on programs installed in childhood. I'm not good enough. Success requires suffering. Love is scarce. These aren't truths. They are glitches in the code. The first step to self-realization is auditing your mental architecture. Sit quietly and ask, what do I believe about myself, money, relationships, and the world? Write it all down, no matter how ugly. Then challenge each belief. Is this mine or did I inherit it? I once carried the belief I'm unlovable like a lead weight. Every relationship ended in betrayal, reinforcing the narrative. Then I did something radical. I treated the belief as a stranger. I'd say aloud, "Thank you for sharing your opinion, but I choose to see myself as worthy of deep connection." Within months, I met someone who reflected that new truth fiercely. Beliefs are not prisons. They are invitations to rewrite the story. Emotions, the compass of the soul. Emotions aren't obstacles to transcend. They are signposts. Anger isn't bad. It's a flare gun illuminating where you've compromised your truth. Sadness isn't weakness. It's the rain that nourishes new growth. I spent years suppressing my negative feelings, believing spirituality meant perpetual positivity. The universe taught me otherwise. Your emotions are the soul's GPS. When you feel expansive, joyful, and light, you're aligned with your highest path. When you feel contracted, heavy, or anxious, you're veering off course. During a period of intense creative block, I felt a suffocating dread. Instead of pushing past it, I sat with the feeling. It whispered, "You're betraying your art for approval." The truth stung, but it set me free. I reclaimed my creative work, and within days, inspiration flooded back like a tidal wave. Suppress emotion is like ignoring a compass. You'll wander lost in the wilderness of your own making. The power of the present, your point of creation. The past is a ghost story you keep telling yourself. The future is a mirage shimmering on the horizon. The only moment with creative power is now. I wasted decades replaying childhood wounds or fantasizing about a better tomorrow. The universe kept slamming doors in my face until I surrendered to the present. Try this right now. Feel your feet on the ground. Breathe. Notice the air in your lungs, the sounds around you, the texture of your clothes. In this breath, you are the architect of eternity. Every choice you make in this moment ripples across time. When I chose forgiveness for a past betrayal in this instant, I didn't just heal a wound. I rewrote karmic threads that had echoed 4 lifetimes. The present isn't a stepping stone. It's the throne from which you reign. Co-creation, the dance with the divine. You are not alone in this cosmic workshop. The universe is a benevolent partner waiting for your lead. It responds not to vague wishes, but to clarity and feeling. When I desired a home filled with light, I didn't just visualize it. I felt the sun on my skin, heard laughter in the hallways, and smelled jasmine in the air. I held that vision with the certainty of a sculptor who knows the statue already exists within the marble. Within 6 months, I found a house with floor-to-ceiling windows, a garden bursting with jasmine, and a history of joy in its walls. Co-creation isn't about begging the universe. It's about remembering you're already one with it. The great unfolding. Self-realization isn't a finish line. It's a spiral, each loop revealing deeper layers of truth. You'll have days when you forget your power, when the old stories creep back like shadows. That's not failure. It's fertilizer. The universe loves you too much to let you stagnate. So stand at dawn and feel the hum of creation in your veins. Know that every breath is a prayer, every thought a spell. You are not a seeker. You are the sword. You are not lost. You are the path. And in this magnificent, messy, miraculous journey, you are already home. The workshop is open. The tools are in your hands. Now create. Chapter 2. Echoes of Consciousness. Navigating the quantum field of self. The air in my apartment hums today. Not the hum of the old refrigerator unit in the kitchen, nor the distant thrum of city traffic, but a different kind of resonance, a vibration that seems to emanate from within my own bones. From the very fabric of my awareness. It's been building for weeks, perhaps months, a slow, steady deepening of a frequency I hadn't fully recognized until it began to rise so palpably. For years I drifted, caught in the currents of societal expectation, the demands of my career, the endless loop of chasing external validation and experiences that promised fleeting moments of clarity or joy. I read books, listened to lectures, even dabbled in meditation. But the core understanding, the knowing that I was seeking, remained just beyond my grasp. It felt like trying to grasp smoke or listening for a sound that wasn't quite there. Then something shifted. It wasn't a single event, a lightning bolt of revelation. It was more like the slow turning of a key in an unseen lock. One day I found myself sitting quietly, not actively meditating, simply observing the world around me. The way light fell on the dusty pages of a forgotten novel, the intricate patterns of a spider's web caught in the morning dew, the quiet sigh of the wind through the leaves of the old maple tree outside my window. And in that quiet observation, something clicked. It wasn't a thought. Thoughts, as I've learned to observe them, are merely the surface waves on the vast ocean of consciousness. This wasn't a thought. It was a feeling, a profound sense of being, not being as an individual separate from others, but being as the interconnectedness itself. The thought, or perhaps the lack of thought that arose after, felt like a whisper. This is how it works. How it works. I looked around my room at the objects, the furniture, the lingering scent of old books and incense. They weren't separate from me. They were me in a way. My consciousness wasn't confined to the skin and bone structure that defines my physical form. It was extending, permeating, resonating with everything. The wooden chair I sat upon wasn't just wood. It was the earth, the sun, the ancient trees that grew from its roots, the history of its journey to my room. The energy within it was the same energy within me, just vibrating at a different frequency, manifesting in a different density. This wasn't a new age cliché I was grasping. It felt raw, fundamental. It resonated with those fragmented pieces of understanding gleaned from self-help material over the years. The idea that consciousness creates reality, that the universe is a field of infinite potential, that we are not merely inhabitants of this world, but co-creators of it. But until this resonance shifted within me, those concepts remained intellectual concepts. Now they were experiential. I began to pay closer attention. I noticed the subtle shifts in my own energy depending on my surroundings, the emotional resonance I felt when I entered a room, the way my thoughts seemed to influence the mood of those around me, not through grand gestures, but through the simple energetic field I projected. I started to see the magic not in fantastical occurrences but in the sheer possibility of connection, of influence, of creation stemming from the state of my own being. The universe I began to understand wasn't a machine with fixed laws like a clockwork mechanism. It was more like a vast dynamic field of energy and information constantly flowing, responding to the nature of consciousness within it. My own consciousness wasn't just receiving signals from this field. It was actively participating in its structure. My thoughts, my feelings, my state of being. These weren't just internal experiences. They were the very tools I used to sculpt the reality I perceived. This understanding brought with it a sense of immense responsibility but also profound freedom. The pressure to constantly perform, to achieve, to be more began to lift. If my reality was a reflection of my inner state, then the path to a more fulfilling existence wasn't outward in the pursuit of external things, but inward in the cultivation of awareness and intention. It wasn't about forcing thoughts or suppressing emotions. That's never worked anyway. It was about observing the arising of thoughts without identification, without letting them pull me into their narrative. Observing the ebb and flow of emotions, acknowledging their presence without being swept away by them. Noticing the subtle energetic shifts within myself and how they seem to correspond with my state of being and my interaction with the world. I started experimenting. I would sit quietly, focusing not on emptying the mind but on maintaining a state of gentle open awareness. I would notice the feeling of being, the sense of presence, and sometimes in that state I would feel a deeper connection to that vast field, a sense of flowing of possibility. I would observe objects not as things but as expressions of energy, and I felt a subtle shift in my own energetic resonance towards them. It wasn't telekinesis, not in the flashy sense, but a deeper understanding, a harmonization. This realization isn't the end of the journey. Of course, it feels more like the beginning of a vast exploration. The universe is infinitely complex, and my own consciousness is a universe within itself. There's so much more to learn, so much more to explore about the nature of reality, the mechanics of creation, the subtle interplay of intention and manifestation. But the core understanding is there. I am not separate. I am part of the whole, and my state of being directly influences the whole. The universe works through the principle of resonance, of like attracting like, of consciousness shaping form. And the most potent tool I have to navigate this reality, to create the life I desire, is the state of consciousness I cultivate within myself. The hum within me continues, perhaps even louder now. It's a reminder of the interconnectedness, of the power inherent in simply being, and of the infinite potential that lies in understanding and aligning with the fundamental nature of the universe. It's a quiet, persistent guidance urging me deeper into the exploration, the realization of who I truly am within the vast resonant tapestry of all that is. Chapter 3. The silence in the room feels different now. Not empty exactly, but resonant. Like the space between notes in a complex melody, it holds potential expectation. It's the space where the inner voice becomes clear, where the static of the external world fades into the background hum of the universe. I sit here, not in frantic activity, not in forced meditation, but simply being. And within this stillness, the patterns begin to emerge. The subtle threads of understanding that have always been there, waiting for the right light. It was always a struggle, wasn't it? Trying to fit the pieces of my life into someone else's map. My father's expectations, society's whispers, the ingrained beliefs I absorbed like water from a polluted stream. I felt like a ship, adrift, tossed by waves I couldn't comprehend, searching for a shore that seemed perpetually out of reach. I tried harder, worked longer hours, chased external validation like it was the very essence of success, hoping somehow to find a sense of wholeness I felt was missing. And the deeper I dug, the more I chased, the more fragmented I felt. There was a time I almost gave up, believing that this was all there was, that the noise, the striving, the constant feeling of not enough was just the natural order of things. But something within me, a quiet, persistent whisper, wouldn't let me fully surrender. It was a nagging sense that the universe wasn't quite operating according to the rules I'd been taught, that there was more to reality than the five senses could grasp, more to my own being than the roles I played. It started suddenly, a synchronicity that felt too deliberate to be coincidence. The book, the article, the chance conversation, all pointing towards a different way of seeing things. I began reading, exploring philosophies that spoke of consciousness, of the interconnectedness of all things. I stumbled upon the self-help material. Initially skeptical, how could a voice from nowhere hold the key? But the words resonated on a level that intellectual acceptance couldn't. They spoke not of dogma but of possibility. They suggested that the universe is not a machine governed by rigid laws but a field of infinite potential, a living, breathing energy field responding to thought and belief. The core idea, the one that began to crack open the tight cage of my old understanding, was this: we are not separate entities existing within the universe. We are the universe expressing itself momentarily through the medium of a body. This wasn't just a poetic metaphor. It felt like a fundamental shift in perspective. If I am the universe, then the struggles I faced weren't external battles against an objective world, but internal conflicts arising from my own thoughts and beliefs about that world and my place within it. This realization was both terrifying and exhilarating. Terrifying because it seemed to dissolve the boundaries I had relied upon for safety, the separation between me and them, observer and observed. Exhilarating because it placed the power, the responsibility within. It wasn't about blaming the world or waiting for external circumstances to change. It was about looking inward into the vastness that is me and understanding that my thoughts, my beliefs, my fears, my joys, they are the universe in action right here, right now. Self-help books often spoke of the importance of responsibility, not in a moralistic sense of blame, but in the sense of understanding that what you perceive as reality is to a large degree a co-creation. Your inner state shapes your outer experience. If I believe I am a victim of circumstance, my perception will be colored by limitation. If I believe I am an expression of infinite potential, my actions and interactions will reflect that expanded awareness. This isn't about wishful thinking or ignoring problems. It's about understanding the mechanism of perception. The universe provides the raw material, the potential, the energy field. My mind, my consciousness acts as the filter, the interpreter, the creator of the specific reality I experience. It's like standing in a vast field of color and light. You don't create the light itself, but you choose which colors to focus on, which patterns to perceive, which emotions to associate with them. I began to experiment. When faced with a challenge, instead of immediately jumping into the story of victimhood or failure, I would pause. I would ask, what is the universe through me trying to express here? What lesson is this situation offering? If I view it not as an obstacle, but as an opportunity for growth, it wasn't always easy. Old patterns die hard. The voice of doubt would whisper, "You're just deluding yourself." But the resonance of the new understanding, the feeling of inner spaciousness and potential began to grow stronger. I started noticing the echoes within. How my mood affected the world around me. How a simple shift in perspective could transform a frustrating interaction into a neutral one, or even occasionally a positive one. How the things I focused on seemed to multiply. If I focused on lack, I found more reasons to feel lacking. If I focused on abundance, I began to notice and attract opportunities one hadn't seen before. Understanding the universe from this perspective isn't about learning more external facts. It's about understanding the internal dynamics of creation. It's about recognizing that the law of attraction isn't some mystical trick. It's the fundamental principle that like attracts like. Your dominant thoughts and feelings vibrate at a certain frequency, and the universe, being a field of infinite energy, responds by bringing you more of what resonates with that frequency. It's less like attracting things to you and more like you tuning into the specific channel the universe is broadcasting. This understanding began to dissolve other fears. The fear of limitation, for instance. If I am the universe, how can I truly be limited? Limitation is merely a belief held within the field of creation. The fear of death took on a different hue. If consciousness is not solely bound to the physical form, then the transition is perhaps not an end, but a shift in the medium of expression. These aren't answers to be taken on faith, but perspectives to be explored, felt into within the stillness. The silence in the room now feels less like absence, more like the space between the notes of an infinite symphony. I can hear the underlying melody more clearly, the theme of unity, of potential, of co-creation. I am not just observing this melody, I am playing a part within it. My thoughts, my feelings, my choices, they are the brush strokes on the canvas of the universe momentarily painted through this body. It's a humbling and exhilarating realization. It takes the pressure off. There's no need to be perfect, no need to control everything. There is simply the responsibility to be aware, to choose consciously, to understand that I am already everything I am seeking, already expressing the universe's infinite nature here and now. The path isn't outward towards some distant goal. It's inward into the vastness that already is and always has been me. And as I sit here feeling this resonance, I know that this understanding isn't a destination reached, but a journey deepened. The echoes of the self, the whispers of the universe continue to guide, continuing to reveal the magnificent interconnected tapestry of being. The map has shifted. The journey continues, but now from a place of profound inner knowing. Chapter 4. Self-realization and understanding the universe. The path inward. The journey towards self-realization is less a destination and more a profound shift in perception. I've spent considerable time contemplating the nature of my existence, drawn towards the whispers of understanding that seem to emanate from the very fabric of reality itself. It's not always an easy path. It requires patience, curiosity, and a willingness to challenge the ingrained beliefs that have been programmed into me by society, by tradition, and by my own past experiences. Yet, it is this very process of questioning and seeking that begins to unveil the deeper truths about who I am and how this universe operates. One of the most revolutionary concepts I've encountered, one that resonates deeply within the core of my being, is the understanding that we are not separate entities existing within an external universe. This idea, often met with skepticism or dismissed as mere fantasy, forms the bedrock of a radically different perspective. It suggests instead that we are intrinsically connected threads in a vast intricate tapestry woven from the same fundamental energy. This energy, this life force, is not something external to us. It is us. It is the creative power that animates all existence, the source from which everything arises and to which everything returns. To grasp this requires a significant reorientation of the mind. We are accustomed to viewing the universe as a collection of objects, of things happening out there. We observe events, interact with people, and experience the world as a series of external occurrences that we must navigate. But what if this is merely a limited perception, a filter through which we interpret a much richer, more dynamic reality? The universe is a field of infinite potential, a vast consciousness field where thoughts, feelings, intentions, and beliefs act as powerful forces shaping our experience and co-creating our reality. We are not passive observers. We are active participants, co-creators of our lives and our world. Our inner state, our thoughts, our emotions, our core belief sends out vibrations that resonate with the infinite possibilities of the universe, drawing forth experiences that align with those vibrations. This concept of resonance is key. Just as a tuning fork will vibrate in harmony with another tuning fork of the same frequency, our state of being resonates with the universe. If I am operating from a place of fear, limitation, and doubt, my vibrational frequency aligns with scarcity and difficulty. Conversely, if I am operating from a place of love, abundance, and trust, my frequency resonates with prosperity, harmony, and possibility. It is not that the universe causes these things to happen. Rather, it is that the universe reflects back to me what I am resonating. This realization brings with it a profound sense of empowerment. It shifts the locus of control from an external force or circumstance to an internal state. My life, my experiences are not merely the result of fate or chance, but are expressions of my inner landscape. This understanding does not absolve me of responsibility for my actions, but it does place the power of creation firmly within my own hands, directed by my choices, my thoughts, and my feelings. The journey towards mastering this resonance is an ongoing process of self-awareness and refinement. It involves becoming an observer of my own internal state, noticing the thoughts and feelings that arise, and understanding their influence on my experience. It means learning to consciously choose thoughts and feelings that align with the kind of reality I wish to create. It is about cultivating a deep sense of self-trust, believing in the inherent power of my own consciousness to shape my world. This is where the practice of meditation and contemplation becomes invaluable. In the stillness of meditation, I can quiet the incessant chatter of the mind, allowing me to connect more deeply with my inner self, with that core awareness that is connected to the universal field. In this state, I can begin to discern the subtle vibrational frequencies of my own being and consciously adjust them. I can send forth intentions not as desperate pleas but as confident affirmations rooted in the knowledge that the universe is responsive to my vibrational state. Understanding the universe as a field of infinite potential and myself as a co-creator within that field transforms my relationship with everything. It fosters a sense of unity, a recognition that all beings and all things are interconnected expressions of the same source. It cultivates compassion as I understand that others are navigating their own journeys of creation, often operating from limited beliefs and programmed perceptions. It fosters a sense of responsibility not through guilt or obligation but through a natural alignment with the principle of cause and effect as expressed through resonance. This understanding is not a destination to be reached but a way of being. It is a continuous process of awakening, of realizing more and more of the profound truth of my own nature and the nature of the universe. It is a journey from separation to connection, from fear to love, from limitation to infinite possibility. And as I walk this path, I find that the world around me begins to reflect back the reality I am creating from within. The resonance of being becomes the melody of my life, played in harmony with the infinite symphony of the cosmos. Chapter 5. The path to self-realization isn't a destination marked on any conventional map. It's more like navigating an inner landscape, one where the landmarks are shifting, personal, and deeply intimate. I've spent considerable time contemplating the nature of this journey, trying to grasp the mechanics of how we as individuals fit into the vast unfolding tapestry of existence. It often feels like peering into a mirror that reflects not just my face, but the very structure of reality itself. For years, I operated under the assumption that my reality was largely a product of my circumstances, my thoughts, and the external world's influence upon me. I believed I was an observer looking outwards, reacting to the universe rather than participating in its creation. This perspective, while seemingly logical, left me feeling somewhat adrift, as if the rudderless ship of my life was being tossed about by forces beyond my control. There was a sense of separation, me, here, the world, there. Then slowly, incrementally, the pieces began to shift. I started delving deeper. Not into dusty volumes of ancient philosophy, but into the living, breathing insights that seem to emerge from the collective unconscious. The core message that resonated most profoundly was this: you are not merely having an experience of the universe. You are the universe expressing itself through a particular point of focus. This wasn't a gentle suggestion. It was a radical reorientation. If I am the universe expressing itself, then the external world isn't something doing things to me. It is instead the universe looking back at itself through my unique lens, the reflection of my internal state projected outwards. The weather isn't just weather. It's a reflection of the atmospheric conditions within my own mind and energy field. The challenges I face aren't just random occurrences. They are the universe presenting opportunities for growth, for me to learn, to expand my awareness and vibration. This understanding doesn't absolve us of responsibility, nor does it suggest we are victims of our own thoughts. It suggests a different kind of agency. We are the frequency centers. The universe, or what we might call the field, the ground of being, is infinitely responsive to our state of being, our dominant thought patterns, our emotional resonance. It is constantly seeking balance and expression, and it does so through us. Consider the concept of resonance. A tuning fork, when struck, doesn't just produce its own sound. It causes nearby tuning forks of the same frequency to vibrate as well. We are, in a sense, human tuning forks. The thoughts we hold, the feelings we cultivate, the beliefs we hold dear, these set our internal frequency. And the universe, the collective field of potential, responds by bringing into our experience what matches that frequency. This is where the process of self-realization becomes a deliberate act of tuning. It's not about forcing thoughts or suppressing feelings, but about becoming acutely aware of the current frequency I am broadcasting. Am I operating from a frequency of fear and scarcity? Then naturally I will attract experiences reflecting those themes. Am I tuned to a frequency of love, abundance, and possibility? The universe will respond accordingly, bringing people, opportunities, and circumstances that align with that vibration. The universe often spoke of the individuality consciousness, the unique aspect of us that is the I, or the self, which is fundamentally connected to the larger universal consciousness but possesses its own distinct point of view and expression. Realizing my I is not separate from but is a vital part of that larger field was transformative. It imbued my life with a sense of purpose and co-creation. I stopped seeing myself as a passive recipient and began to see myself as an active participant, a co-creator shaping my experience through the quality of my awareness and intention. This understanding requires a shift in perspective from linear cause and effect thinking to a more holistic resonant model. It asks me to look inward, not just to fix problems but to explore the nature of my own being. What do I truly believe? What feelings do I hold most deeply? What thoughts run my internal narrative? These aren't just psychological questions. They are inquiries into the very fabric of my reality creation. It's a practice. This tuning, it involves mindfulness, observing my thoughts and feelings without judgment, simply acknowledging them as the current state of my internal frequency. It involves intention, consciously choosing to focus on qualities I wish to embody and amplify, such as peace, gratitude, or courage. It involves self-compassion, recognizing that tuning a human instrument is a complex and ongoing process, not a quick fix. I remember a time when financial insecurity was a constant companion, a heavy frequency that clouded my perception. Applying this understanding, I began to investigate the feeling of lack more closely. Where did it come from? Was it based on reality, or was it a state of mind I had cultivated? I started consciously shifting my focus, even for short periods each day, to thoughts and feelings of abundance, to the things I was grateful for, to visualizing wealth flowing into my life in ways that served me. It wasn't about ignoring the practicalities, but about changing the internal resonance that was attracting scarcity. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the frequency began to shift. Opportunities arose that hadn't been there before. Financial situations improved not through sheer force of will or luck, but as a natural consequence of changing my vibrational signature to one that was more aligned with abundance. The external world began to reflect the internal state I was consciously cultivating. This journey towards self-realization and understanding the universe's mechanics is in essence about recognizing our own divinity, our inherent connection to the field, and embracing our role as conscious creators. We are not just floating along on the tides of existence. We are the sailors navigating the vast ocean with the power of our intention and the awareness of our resonance. It is a path of infinite discovery requiring curiosity, courage, and an unwavering commitment to the exploration of the self. For in understanding ourselves, we begin to understand the universe itself. Chapter 6. For months, perhaps years, I had drifted. Not in a physical sense, not really, but in my sense of self. I had read the teachings. I had attended the workshops. I had even tried the affirmations and visualizations. And sometimes fleeting moments of clarity would wash over me, glimpses of oneness, echoes of infinite possibility. But they were like ripples on a still pond, quickly smoothed it over by the familiar current of doubt. The relentless voice of the small self whispering caution, limitation, and the undeniable weight of past conditioning. Then came the shift, not a sudden lightning bolt, no dramatic conversion experience that would neatly reset my internal clock. No, it was more like the slow turning of a massive celestial body, a subtle but inexorable realignment of my very foundation. It began with a simple persistent question that wouldn't leave me alone. Why? Not why I was struggling or why others seemed to have it figured out while I felt perpetually adrift, but why was I here? What was the underlying purpose, the fundamental nature of this energetic form I inhabited? I spent days in quiet contemplation, not seeking answers from external sources this time, but turning the question inward into the vast quiet space that resides just beneath the surface of thought. I sat in meditation, not trying to clear my mind, but rather observing the thoughts as they arose and passed like clouds in a vast sky, aware of the sky itself, the underlying awareness that held them all. And then it began to dawn, not in a rush, but in a gentle dawning light. The realization wasn't about discovering some preordained destiny or grand plan handed down from the universe. It was about understanding the mechanics of my own creation. I had always seen the universe as something out there, a vast, perhaps indifferent arena in which my life played out. I looked up at the stars, marveled at their distant light, but didn't truly connect the spark I felt within with the spark I perceived in the cosmos. The shift came when I started to see the universe not as a separate entity but as the expansion of consciousness itself. It wasn't something out there creating me. It was the field of potential from which I created my own reality moment by moment. The laws of physics, the flow of energy, the very structure of time and space, they weren't external constraints imposed by a higher power. They were the language of the field, the inherent patterns and principles by which consciousness organizes itself into experience. It was a humbling, exhilarating realization. Humbling because the responsibility for my reality wasn't shouldered by me alone in isolation but was shared in a sense by the very fabric of existence. Exhilarating because it meant my inner state, my focus, my vibration. These weren't just passive responses to the world. They were the active architects of my experience. My thoughts, my feelings, my beliefs, they weren't just floating inside my head. They were broadcasting signals into the universal field, shaping the resonance I attracted back into my life. I started to play with this understanding. I wouldn't just affirm that I was abundant. I would feel the feeling of abundance, explore the vibration of gratitude for what I did have, and consciously shift my focus away from lack. I wouldn't just wish for peace. I would cultivate a state of inner stillness, observe the thoughts that arose without judgment, and allow the peace to be felt regardless of external circumstances. It wasn't about forcing reality to conform to my desires through sheer willpower. It was about aligning my internal resonance with the vibrational frequency of the reality I wished to experience. This wasn't about magic tricks or ignoring challenges. It was about understanding the principle of resonance. Just as a tuning fork will vibrate in harmony with another tuning fork of the same frequency when brought near, my energetic state would naturally attract experiences, people, and opportunities that matched my predominant vibration. Fear and doubt created a frequency of contraction, drawing in experiences that confirmed that fear and doubt. Love and acceptance created a frequency of expansion, drawing in experiences that reflected those qualities. The universe, this vast field of intelligent energy, was constantly responding to my inner state. It wasn't reactive in the way we typically perceive cause and effect. It was resonant. It offered me back the echo of my own vibration. Understanding this wasn't about gaining control over the universe. It was about gaining control over the frequency I operated from within myself. It was about realizing that the primary work wasn't to change the external world, but to change the internal landscape. This realization transformed my relationship with the way things are. No longer was I merely a victim of circumstance, a passive observer of life's ups and downs. I began to see challenges not as insurmountable obstacles but as opportunities for alignment. When difficulty arose, the question shifted from why is this happening to me to what vibration am I holding that is resonating with this experience? What can I learn about myself through this? It wasn't always easy, the process of shifting vibration, but it was no longer mysterious or overwhelming. It became a deliberate practice, a conscious choice to tune into the frequency of being, of love, of infinite potential. I found myself spending less time analyzing the past or worrying about the future and more time experiencing the present moment with a sense of awe and awareness. I began to see the interconnectedness everywhere, the way a kind word ripples outwards, the way a moment of anger creates a temporary distortion in my own energy field, the way the natural world pulsed with a vibrant intelligent life force. I wasn't just in the universe. I was of the universe, a conscious spark participating in the grand symphony of existence. This understanding didn't eliminate suffering, but it changed its nature. It transformed suffering from something to be endured or overcome into a signal, a feedback loop from the universe itself indicating a misalignment, a need for adjustment in my vibrational frequency. It was a path of continuous learning, continuous tuning, continuous expansion into the vastness of my own inner universe, which was inextricably the universe itself. The journey wasn't over. There would always be new layers to uncover, new vibrations to explore, but the foundation was laid. The fog began to lift, revealing not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of conscious embodiment, of aligning my inner resonance with the infinite potential of the field. I had begun to understand how the universe worked, not through intellectual comprehension alone, but through the direct experience of my own connection to it, a connection that was constant, profound, and waiting always for my conscious awareness to fully embrace it. Chapter 7. The Unseen Architecture. The air in my study hums with an energy that isn't quite physical. It's a vibration, a silent resonance that seems to pulse between the walls as if the very space itself is breathing. For months, I've been sitting with this awareness, this quiet hum beneath the noise of daily life. It's not something I can measure or dissect with tools. Yet, it feels more real than the chair beneath me. Today I finally understand this is the raw material of existence. Consciousness isn't something we have. It's the very fabric we're woven from. I recall a moment last spring, standing in a rain-soaked garden. The drops weren't just falling, they were singing, each one a tiny note in a symphony I couldn't hear with my ears. In that instant, the illusion of separation dissolved. The trees, the soil, the sky, and I weren't separate entities. We were a single breathing organism. That's when the first realizations began to surface like bubbles in a deep well. The illusion of linear time. We live as if time is a river flowing one way past to future. But the universe doesn't work that way. All moments exist simultaneously. Think of a dream. You can revisit fragments, alter outcomes, or leap years in a heartbeat. Reality is no different. The past isn't gone. It's a frequency we can tune into. The future isn't unwritten. It's a spectrum of probabilities we navigate with our beliefs. I once agonized over a missed opportunity, convinced it was too late. Then I realized that moment still exists, vibrating on another layer of reality. By shifting my focus, by choosing to see it as a lesson rather than a loss, I rewired its resonance. The universe doesn't hold grudges. It mirrors our vibration. Thoughts are sculptors. Every thought is a chisel, not metaphorically, literally. When I first heard this, I dismissed it as poetic fluff. But now I see it. My mind isn't a passive observer. It's an active participant in creation. A fear isn't just a feeling. It's a blueprint for a probable future. A doubt isn't just a whisper. It's a barrier to the flow of abundance. I used to dwell on lack, wondering why doors kept closing. Then I caught myself, I'm not worthy. That phrase wasn't just self-criticism. It was a command to the universe. The moment I replaced it with, I am a conduit for infinite potential, the world around me softened. Opportunities didn't magically appear, but my perception shifted. I saw openings I'd been blind to before. The ego's cage. The ego thrives on separation. It loves labels. Me versus you, success versus failure, spiritual versus material. These are useful illusions for navigating the physical world, but they're traps when we seek deeper truth. I spent years chasing enlightenment as if it were a trophy to be won. The breakthrough came when I stopped chasing and became. In meditation, I dissolved the boundaries of I. No name, no history, no body, just pure awareness. In those spaces, I felt the universe's heartbeat. It wasn't out there. It was here in the silence between thoughts. The ego screams, "Who am I?" The soul whispers, "You are everything." Synchronicity. The universe's winks. Coincidences aren't accidents. They are love notes from the cosmos. I once lost my keys in a blizzard, frustrated and cold. As I cursed the storm, a crow landed on a fence post, staring at me. In that moment, I remembered. Nature communicates in symbols. I stopped fighting the cold and listened. The snow crunched underfoot near a rose bush, and there half buried were my keys. The crow wasn't a coincidence. It was a nudge. The universe doesn't shout. It whispers through symbols, through moments of too perfect timing, through the stranger who says the exact phrase you needed to hear. These are invitations to trust. The art of allowing. Creation isn't about forcing. It's about aligning. I used to visualize outcomes with white-knuckled intensity, convinced I had to make things happen. Now I plant the seed and let it grow. I set an intention. Say I am open to unexpected joy. Then step back. The universe doesn't need my micromanagement. It needs my trust. When I release the how and when, I free up energy. That energy becomes a magnet. I've received gifts, ideas, connections, opportunities when I least expected them simply because I wasn't blocking the flow. The mirror of relationships. Others aren't just people in our lives. They are mirrors. Every conflict, every attraction, every dynamic reflects an inner landscape. I once clashed with a colleague, convinced they were difficult. Then I realized their impatience mirrored my own hidden fear of being inadequate. When I healed that fear within me, the tension dissolved. We didn't change each other. We changed the vibration between us. The universe uses relationships to show us where we're still holding on to separation. Death, the great transition. The fear of death is the fear of the unknown. But death isn't an end. It's a shift in frequency. I've sat with the dying. And in those sacred spaces, I've felt their essence expand, not diminish. The body is a vehicle, not the destination. Consciousness doesn't die. It transforms. The universe is a circle, not a line. What we call death is simply stepping out of one costume and into another. As I write this, the hum in my study deepens. It's not just in the air now, it's in my bones. The journey isn't about finding answers outside ourselves. It's about remembering what we've always known. We are the universe, awake and dreaming. The path unfolds not with grand revelations, but with quiet moments of recognition. When a raindrop sings, when a crow winks, when we catch our reflection in another's eyes and see the infinite staring back, and in that recognition, we are home. Chapter 8. For some time now, I have walked the path of discovery, seeking the threads that weave the fabric of my existence. I have looked within, delving into the quiet chambers of my mind, hoping to uncover the blueprint of my being. I have observed the world around me, trying to discern the patterns and principles that underlie all things. And slowly, like watching a dawn break over a vast and ancient landscape, the picture has begun to form, though it remains both intricate and profound. The initial stages were often characterized by a sense of fragmentation. Either self seemed to be an isolated entity separate from the universe, from other beings, from the very flow of life itself. There was a belief deeply ingrained that my reality was primarily constructed by my own thoughts and perceptions drifting in isolation, held within a larger, perhaps indifferent, cosmos. It was a perspective that led to feelings of limitation, of being a small self, caught in a web of personal concerns and desires, often feeling overwhelmed by the sheer scale and mystery of the world. But as I continued to explore, to question, and to observe, a subtle shift began to occur. I started to notice that the boundary between self and other was not as absolute as I had once believed. Observing the reactions of others, their joys, their sorrows, their unspoken connections, I felt a resonance that transcended mere empathy. It felt more like a fundamental interconnectedness, a recognition that the energy I perceived as other was in essence not so different from the energy I perceived as self. This realization was not sudden, but rather a gradual dawning, like the slow unfurling of a lotus petal. It began with small observations. The way a kind word could brighten my day. The way a moment of anger could create a subtle tension within me that affected my interactions. I saw that my internal state was not just mine. It resonated outwards, influencing the field of energy around me. And conversely, the state of the external world seemed to reflect back onto my inner landscape. This led me to explore the nature of this energy field itself. What was it? Was it merely the physical body, the mind and the emotions? Or was there something deeper, something more fundamental at play? The more I observed, the more I felt that the conventional definitions were insufficient. This field seemed to be the very medium through which all interaction occurred. It was the substrate upon which thoughts took form, upon which emotions expressed themselves, and upon which the physical world seemed to manifest. I began to see that the universe itself was not a cold mechanical machine operating according to rigid laws from afar. Instead, I perceived it as a dynamic living field of intelligent energy, constantly interacting, responding, and co-creating. It was a field that was not separate from consciousness, but was in a very real sense composed of consciousness. The idea that the universe operates according to universal principles or laws was no longer just a philosophical concept. It felt like a description of a tangible interactive reality. These principles, I came to understand, were not external commands to be obeyed but more like inherent characteristics of the field itself. They were patterns of intelligent response. Think of it like a vast complex ecosystem where every action generates a reaction, where every thought sends out ripples, and where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. There was a natural tendency towards balance, but also a profound capacity for creation based on the focus and intention of consciousness within that field. This understanding began to transform my sense of self. The small self, the ego structure focused solely on personal survival and gratification, started to feel less central. If I was part of this vast interconnected field, if my thoughts and feelings were ripples within it, then my sense of purpose expanded beyond my own immediate needs. There was a recognition that my actions, my choices, my state of being contributed in however small a way to the unfolding of the whole. This did not diminish my individuality, it enhanced it. It was like realizing that a single cell is an individual entity, yet it is also an essential part of a larger living organism. My unique perspective, my specific journey of discovery was valuable not just for myself but for the whole field of consciousness that I was becoming increasingly aware of. The journey of self-realization was in fact a journey of realizing one's place and potential within this grander tapestry. I learned to observe my thoughts not just as internal chatter but as signals originating from and returning to this universal field. I learned to approach my emotions not as mere reactions but as intelligent responses within the larger system. And I learned to see my interactions with others not as isolated encounters, but as opportunities for mutual exploration and co-creation within this field of intelligent energy. The path ahead still feels vast, filled with questions that perhaps have no definitive answers in the way I once sought them. But the atmosphere has shifted. It is no longer one of isolation and uncertainty, but of burgeoning awareness and a sense of belonging. I feel myself becoming more attuned to the subtle frequencies of the field, more capable of navigating its currents with a sense of understanding and purpose. The universe I am coming to see is not something out there to be understood, but the very medium in which I am understanding myself and everything else. It is a living intelligent field responding and co-creating with every conscious focus it receives. And within this unfolding reality, my own journey of self-realization is not just a personal quest. It is a vital part of the universe's ongoing exploration and expression. The tapestry continues to unfold and I am once again a conscious thread within it. Chapter 9. The path of understanding is rarely a straight one. It is more akin to navigating a vast shimmering ocean where the land masses of certainty are few and far between and the currents of uncertainty sweep you in directions you cannot always predict. For some time now I have felt the pull of something deeper, something beyond the surface level explanations offered by the world around me. The fragmented pieces of insight I have gathered, like scattered pearls on the beach, have hinted at a larger pattern, a more profound reality. Yet connecting them, weaving them into a coherent understanding, remains a challenge. I find myself drawn back again and again to the quiet spaces within. It is here in the stillness between thoughts that the subtle frequencies seem strongest. They are not voices demanding attention, nor are they grand overwhelming visions. Instead, they are more like whispers under currents of awareness that nudge me, suggesting a different way of perceiving the world. They speak of interconnectedness of the self not as a solitary entity but as a node in an immense dynamic network. This network, this field of energy and potential is what I am beginning to understand as the universe itself. The concept is vast, almost intimidating. How does one grasp the universe? How does one understand its workings when one feels so incredibly small, so often caught up in the daily dramas of existence? The traditional frameworks offered by science and religion have provided structure, yes, but they often feel like inadequate maps for the territory I am exploring. They offer static explanations for a fluid reality. The understanding I seek feels less like discovering a new law, and more like remembering an old one, a fundamental truth that has been obscured by the busyness of the mind. I spend hours in meditation, not trying to empty my mind, but rather observing its patterns, watching the thoughts arise and pass like clouds across the sky of awareness. And within this observation, I begin to notice something else, a sensitivity, not in the way of the 5 physical senses, but a deeper, more internal attunement. It is as if my own energy field, my own vibrational signature, is beginning to resonate more closely with the frequencies of the larger field. It is like tuning a musical instrument until it finds its place within the harmony of the orchestra. This resonance brings with it a subtle shift in perception. The rigid boundaries that once seemed so absolute begin to soften. The separation between me and other feels less distinct. When I see another person, I don't just see them as separate from me. I begin to feel a subtle echo of their state, a sense of their internal landscape, as if their energy is a nearby shore whose waves I can almost feel. It is not empathy in the conventional sense, but a direct perception of their energetic field interacting with my own and the field at large. This can be disorienting at first. The world becomes richer, more complex, yet paradoxically also more peaceful. The judgments that once felt so solid begin to dissolve. The reasons for conflict, the justifications for separation seem less compelling when viewed through the lens of this interconnectedness. It is not that I suddenly condone all actions or lose the capacity for discernment. Rather, the framework shifts. Actions and intentions are seen within a broader context as part of the intricate dance of interdependent energy. I start to notice this pattern in the natural world around me. The way a leaf detaches from a tree, not as an ending, but as a transformation, returning its essence to the earth from which it came. The way the sun warms the land, the water, the air, its energy flowing endlessly, supporting life in myriad forms. The way a river carves canyons and shapes landscapes over eons, guided by the simple persistent force of gravity and its own inherent flow. These are not just observations. They are reflections of a deeper principle at work, a principle of flow, of transformation, of return, of constant movement and interplay of energies. This understanding begins to inform how I navigate my own life. The feeling of being a victim, of being solely at the mercy of external circumstances, starts to fade. While external events undeniably happen, I begin to see them less as random occurrences determining my fate and more as catalysts, opportunities for energy to flow, for lessons to be learned, for my own vibration to adjust. Challenges are no longer seen as insurmountable obstacles, but as complex situations demanding clarity, adaptation, and a deeper understanding of the energies involved. Decision-making also changes. The old habit of seeking external validation or relying solely on rational analysis gives way to a different process. It becomes more about listening to the subtle guidance that arises from within, from that place of resonant awareness. It is about sensing the potential outcomes, the energetic quality of different paths, and choosing the one that aligns most closely with my highest good and the flow of the larger system. It is less about force and more about alignment. It is about becoming a channel rather than a resistor. This is not a journey with a guaranteed endpoint, a final destination where all mysteries are solved. The universe I am coming to understand is not a machine with predictable parts. It is a living, breathing, dynamic field of infinite potential. To understand it is not to master it, but perhaps to begin to comprehend the nature of participation within it. It is about remembering that I am not separate from this tapestry, but an integral part of its unfolding. The journey continues filled with its own unique challenges and wonders. There are days when the noise of the external world feels overwhelming and the subtle frequencies fade. There are moments of doubt, of confusion where the old patterns of thinking and reacting feel strong. Yet the anchor remains, the quietude within, the sense of connection, the feeling that there is more to this existence than meets the eye. And in that feeling lies the hope, the ongoing promise of discovery. It is a hope not born of fear, but of a growing awareness, a deepening trust in the unfolding of the tapestry. I continue to explore, to listen, to learn, knowing that the answers, like the universe itself, are vast, ongoing, and always available to those willing to perceive beyond the surface. The path is the goal, the journey itself, the revelation. Chapter 10. For some time now, I have felt the pull of a deeper understanding, a yearning to see beyond the surface patterns of my life and grasp the underlying currents of existence itself. The fragmented pieces of knowledge I've gathered, the whispers of insight from moments of quiet contemplation, they all seem to point towards a single vast truth waiting to be acknowledged. This chapter marks a significant turning point in my journey, a shift from merely seeking understanding to beginning to perceive the very fabric from which reality is woven. It wasn't a sudden revelation, no bolt of lightning illuminating the path. Rather, it was a gradual deepening, a softening of the mind's rigid structures that had held me captive for so long. I had spent considerable time observing the inner landscape, watching thoughts come and go, learning to differentiate the persistent chatter from the subtle stillness beneath. I had explored the nature of belief, how it shapes perception, and how identifying so strongly with the limited self, the personality constructed by experiences and conditioning, had created a lens that filtered reality in specific, often narrow ways. The process had been demanding. It required confronting uncomfortable truths, questioning deeply held assumptions, and accepting the sometimes unsettling reality that much of what I considered me was merely an accumulation of reactions and learned responses. Yet beneath this constructed self, I began to sense a different quality, a quieter awareness, an inherent presence that seemed less reactive and more observant. This awareness wasn't a separate entity, it was the very ground upon which the personality arose, the unconditioned space from which observation emerged. The breakthrough came during a period of intense introspection combined with a deliberate practice of quieting the mental noise. I sat quietly each morning, not focusing on achieving a state of emptiness, but rather observing the natural rhythm of awareness without judgment. I noticed how the sense of I would arise with each thought, how it felt like a small localized point within the vastness of perception. But as I continued to observe, I began to notice the awareness itself, the background against which the I and the thoughts appeared and disappeared. It was like looking out through a window. Initially you see the window frame, the glass, the scene beyond, but with closer attention you realize that the seeing isn't happening through the window itself, but as the window. The window isn't separate from the scene it reveals. It is the very means by which the scene is perceived. Similarly, I began to perceive that my sense of self, my individuality wasn't separate from the awareness that observed it. It wasn't the seer, it was the seeing itself. This realization wasn't about dissolving the sense of self, but about understanding its relationship to the larger reality of awareness. The personality, the collection of memories, beliefs, and desires, was like the window pane necessary for interaction with the world, yet not the entirety of the perceptual field. The underlying awareness was the space within and behind the pane, the unconditioned potential from which all experience arises. This understanding began to transform how I perceived the world out there. The distinctions between me and not me started to soften. I saw interconnectedness not as a philosophical abstraction but as a tangible quality of experience. When I observed a tree, I wasn't just observing a collection of physical elements. I perceived it as part of a larger living system connected to the earth, the sky, the sun, and the web of life itself. The sense of separation, the feeling of being an isolated island gave way to a sense of belonging to an unfolding tapestry. This shift in perception had profound implications. Reactions to external events changed. Challenges that once felt overwhelming now seemed like opportunities for observation and learning, requests for the awareness to explore further. The internal landscape became less a battleground and more a laboratory, a field of pure potential for exploration. The persistent desires and fears that had driven much of my previous behavior began to lose their grip, replaced by a quiet curiosity about the nature of the experience itself. I started to see the universe not as a mechanical machine operating according to fixed laws, but as a dynamic living field of intelligent energy, constantly unfolding and self-reflecting. The laws of physics weren't external commands imposed from without, but rather expressions of the inherent nature of this field. Cause and effect weren't rigid sequences, but more like ripples expanding outwards in a vast interconnected ocean of possibility. What I focused my awareness upon began to subtly shape the reality I perceived, not through force or manipulation, but through the simple act of attention within this intelligent field. This understanding didn't eliminate questions, but it changed their nature. Instead of seeking external answers to explain the universe, the questions shifted inward. What is the nature of my own awareness? How does my perception contribute to the unfolding reality? What does it mean to live from this place of quiet observation? My journey has entered a new phase. It's less about seeking specific knowledge and more about embodying the understanding that has begun to dawn. It's about navigating the world not from the limited vantage point of the constructed self, but from the expansive awareness that underlies it. It's about seeing the interconnectedness, appreciating the beauty of the unfolding tapestry, and contributing to its evolution with intention and compassion born from the quiet certainty of self-realization. The path ahead feels less like a search and more like a gradual unfolding, a process of integrating this fundamental truth into every aspect of being. It is a journey into the heart of the universe, not as an observer separate from the observed, but as the observing itself, the very essence of life reflecting upon life. And in this reflection, I find a deeper peace, a more profound sense of purpose, and an unshakable trust in the unfolding mystery of all that is. Chapter 11. The Unfolding Tapestry. The rain had been falling for 3 days, a soft, persistent drumming against the window pane that mirrored the quiet turmoil within. I sat in the dim light of my study, surrounded by books that spoke of worlds unseen, energies untapped, and realities beyond the tangible. Yet, despite the intellectual comfort they provided, a deeper yearning gnawed at me, a hunger not for more knowledge, but for understanding. Not the understanding that comes from memorizing words on a page, but the visceral cellular knowing that comes from direct experience. I felt like a musician who could read sheet music perfectly, but had never truly heard the symphony play. The notes were there, the theory was sound, but the music itself remained elusive. That morning, a seemingly trivial incident had triggered this introspection. I'd spilled my coffee, a clumsy splash of brown across a stack of important papers. Frustration flared instantly, a familiar knot tightening in my chest. As I mopped up the mess, a strange thought surfaced. What if this wasn't an accident? What if it was a message? It felt absurd, a leftover superstition from childhood. Yet, the persistence of the thought wouldn't fade. It was like a faint signal cutting through the static of my habitual reactions. Why now? Why this? The question echoed, refusing to be dismissed. It was a crack in the outer expression of my everyday reality, a tiny fissure through which a different kind of light began to seep. This led me back to the core of my exploration, the nature of consciousness itself. I'd spent years pondering the idea that my thoughts weren't just passive observers of life, but active participants in its creation. I'd intellectually accepted it, but now watching the raindrops trace intricate patterns down the glass, it began to feel less like an abstract theory and more like a fundamental law. I recalled a time years ago when I was convinced I was destined for failure in a particular endeavor. Every day I braced for disappointment, expecting setbacks, and predictably setbacks arrived. They felt like external forces, cruel twists of fate. But looking back now through this new lens, I saw the pattern. My expectation of failure wasn't just a feeling. It was a blueprint. I was unconsciously tuning my perception to notice evidence supporting that belief, dismissing or ignoring anything that contradicted it. The universe, in its infinite responsiveness, seemed to mirror my inner state. The spilled coffee wasn't a random accident. It was a manifestation of a momentary lapse in my conscious focus, a ripple from a thought I hadn't even fully acknowledged. My reality wasn't happening to me, it was emerging through me. This realization brought me face to face with the concept of time itself. We live linearly, don't we? Past, present, future, a straight arrow we can never truly bend. Yet in the quiet hum of my study, listening to the rain, a different perspective crystallized. It wasn't a new idea, but its truth landed with the force of a revelation. Time isn't a river flowing one way. It's a vast multidimensional tapestry. Every moment I've ever experienced, every choice I've made, every possibility I've imagined exists simultaneously. The past isn't gone. It's a pattern woven into the fabric of my being. The future isn't a distant shore. It's a field of infinite potentialities, constantly being shaped by my present focus. My past self isn't a separate entity. It's an aspect of my own consciousness holding the resonance of those experiences. My future self isn't a stranger. It's the me that is actively co-creating from the vantage point of the now. The spilled coffee wasn't just a present event. It was connected to a pattern of distraction I'd carried from the past, and it was influencing the potential pathways unfolding before me. Understanding this simultaneous nature of time dissolved the anxiety of what's next and the regret of what was. It brought a profound sense of wholeness, of being fully present in a reality that encompasses all of my existence. Past, present, and future. Right here, right now. This interconnectedness extended far beyond my personal timeline. If consciousness creates reality and time is simultaneous, then the boundaries between me and not me begin to blur. The rain falling outside wasn't separate from the feeling of melancholy it evoked within me. The book on my desk, the scent of old paper, the sound of the drumming rain, all were expressions of the same underlying field of consciousness. We are not isolated islands in a vast ocean. We are waves rising and falling within the same ocean. Each wave unique yet fundamentally connected to the whole. Every thought I hold, every emotion I feel ripples outward, influencing the energetic field I inhabit. My expectations don't just shape my personal reality, they contribute to the collective resonance of the universe. The spilled coffee wasn't just my accident. It was a point of intersection where my personal focus met the universal flow, creating a specific manifestation. Recognizing this interconnectedness fostered a deep sense of responsibility and compassion. My inner world wasn't private. It was a creative force participating in the grand unfolding. It wasn't about controlling others or events, but about understanding the profound impact of my own vibrational state on the tapestry we all share. This journey of discovery wasn't leading me to a set of rigid rules or a new dogma. Instead, it was dissolving the old structures of belief. The universe wasn't a machine governed by fixed laws, nor was it a chaotic void. It was a dynamic, responsive, and infinitely intelligent system. My role wasn't to figure it out intellectually, but to align my conscious awareness with the deeper wisdom of my own being, what I can only describe as my inner self. This inner self isn't a separate entity or a voice in my head. It's the core of my consciousness, the part of me that is directly connected to the source of all creation. It's the part that knows the symphony, not just the notes. It perceives the broader patterns, understands the interconnectedness, and navigates the simultaneous nature of time effortlessly. My spilled coffee was a nudge from this deeper awareness, a gentle reminder to return to a state of focused presence, to align my conscious mind with the intuitive guidance of my inner self. The frustration I felt was the friction between my habitual linear thinking and the deeper, more fluid reality my inner self inhabits. As the rain began to soften, the clouds parting to reveal patches of twilight sky, a profound sense of peace settled over me. The turmoil had transformed into clarity. The spilled coffee was no longer a symbol of failure or accident. It was a signpost pointing the way back to the present moment, back to the creative power of my own consciousness, back to the understanding that I am an integral part of a vast unfolding tapestry. The journey wasn't about finding answers outside myself. It was about remembering the truth that has always been within. The universe wasn't a mystery to be solved, but a dance to be experienced, a symphony to be lived, and I, in my own unique way, was learning to hear the music. The path ahead remained unknown, but now it felt less like a walk in the dark and more like a step onto a stage bathed in the soft knowing light of my own awareness. The tapestry continued to unfold, and I was no longer just an observer. I was an active conscious participant in its creation. Chapter 12. The path of understanding is less a destination and more a deepening into the nature of one's own presence. For some time now, the threads I have been weaving, the observations about thought, the nature of belief, the subtle interplay between the inner and outer worlds have felt less like intellectual discovery and more like tuning into a fundamental frequency. It's as if the dense forest of the ego filled with the sounds of me, has begun to thin, allowing a clearer hearing of something deeper. This resonance, this sense of fundamental connection is not something I discovered out there. It emerged from the stillness of simply being, from observing the ceaseless chatter of the mind and choosing again and again to return to a state of quiet awareness. It is the recognition that the boundary between the self and the universe is in truth highly permeable, perhaps even illusory. I find myself spending more time in states where thought subsides, not through forced discipline, but through gentle acceptance. In these moments, the sense of separation diminishes. The world around me doesn't appear as a collection of objects to be utilized or problems to be solved. Instead, it reveals itself as a living, breathing expression of the same energy that constitutes my own being. The tree outside the window isn't just a tree. It is presence manifesting in form, drawing breath, reaching towards the light. Much like my own awareness reaches towards understanding. This isn't to say that the challenges of the outer world vanish. They remain, perhaps even sharpened into clearer signals by this heightened sensitivity. But my relationship to them changes. A difficulty isn't met with the immediate flight into analysis or the desperate grasp for a solution. There is a pause, a space created where I can observe the feeling that arises, the thought pattern that forms without getting swept away by it. I see the problem not as an external entity to be vanquished, but as an internal signal, a reflection of my own state of being or my alignment or lack thereof with the flow of life. Understanding the universe from this perspective isn't about acquiring more knowledge about its mechanics. It's about understanding the mechanics of participation. How does consciousness create reality? How do my own thoughts and feelings shape the world I perceive? It's a participatory universe, not a passive one. We are not merely observers. We are co-creators operating primarily through the power of our state of consciousness, our vibrational frequency. The beliefs I hold, the stories I tell myself about who I am and what is possible, act as filters, determining the quality of reality I experience. Fear, for instance, is a powerful frequency. It creates a tightness, a contraction within my energy field. It filters the world through the lens of lack and threat, drawing towards it precisely what it fears. On the other hand, when I rest in a state of acceptance, love, and openness, the quality of my experience shifts. The world seems to respond with greater ease, flow, and abundance. It's not that I magically change external circumstances through force of will, but that my perception of them and my resonance with the universe changes. I begin to attract experiences that align with this more open, harmonious state of being. This understanding doesn't eliminate the need for action or effort. Life requires engagement, but the motivation for action shifts. It becomes less about achieving external validation or overcoming external obstacles and more about expressing the state of being from which effortless creation arises. It's about aligning with the natural flow, observing the inner landscape, and allowing the appropriate response to emerge from a place of inner stillness rather than outer franticness. There are days when this understanding feels like a flickering candle in a storm. Old patterns arise, ingrained beliefs resurface, the demands of the outer world can feel overwhelming. Yet even on these days, the memory of that deeper resonance remains. It's a knowing deep within that I am not separate, that the universe is not hostile or indifferent, but is a friendly, intelligent field responding to my state of consciousness. The journey isn't about reaching a point where everything is perfect or easy. It's about remembering again and again the fundamental truth of who I am, an expression of universal awareness capable of perceiving and participating in the magnificent dance of existence from a place of inner peace and alignment. It's about learning to listen to the subtle guidance of that inner resonance, allowing it to guide my thoughts, my feelings, and my actions, and thereby co-create a reality that reflects the highest potential of my being. This is the work, the ongoing, gentle, and persistent tuning into the frequency of oneness, allowing the universe to unfold through me with greater ease and joy. Chapter 13. The Path of Discovery, I have come to understand, is less like a journey across vast landscapes and more like navigating the intricate currents within the ocean of one's own awareness. For months, perhaps years now, I have been walking this path, seeking not answers that reside outside myself, but the recognition of the answers that have always been inherent within. I have delved into the nature of thought, observed the subtle dance of perception, and attempted to grasp the concept of a reality constructed from the inside out. Yet there remains a layer, a fundamental aspect that seems just beyond the reach of my analytical grasp, no matter how diligently I search. It began, not with a sudden epiphany, but with a gradual shift in sensitivity. I found myself noticing the quality of my own presence in different moments. Not just my physical sensations, but the feeling behind the sensations, the subtle undercurrent of emotion or attitude that colored everything. I would be driving and suddenly become aware not just of the hum of the tires, the light changing, but of a specific tension in my shoulders, a faint thread of frustration or impatience I hadn't consciously registered before. Or I would be listening to someone speak and feel a resonance, an echo of their mood, a subtle shift in the energy field between us that preceded any words of substance. These observations were initially mere curiosities. I would acknowledge them, perhaps release the tension in my shoulders, or consciously soften my own reaction to the other person's energy. But slowly the pattern became clearer. I started to see that my internal state wasn't just a passive backdrop to my external life. It was actively interacting with it, shaping it, influencing the very quality of my experience. This led me to explore the nature of intention. It wasn't just about setting goals as I had understood it before. This was deeper. It was about the feeling behind the intention, the quality of focus, the state of being from which I was directing my energy. Was my intention born from a place of fear, of scarcity, of needing something desperately, or was it rooted in a sense of openness, a gentle curiosity, a feeling of alignment with a deeper flow? I experimented. One afternoon, I sat quietly. I didn't set a specific goal, to get a promotion, to find a better parking spot, to influence someone. Instead, I held an intention purely and simply to be in a state of gentle awareness, to feel connected, to allow the universe or whatever one chooses to call the underlying field of intelligence to guide me. I focused on the feeling of openness, of receptivity rather than the outcome. The results were subtle at first, almost imperceptible. Yet, over the course of an hour, I noticed a profound shift. The environment seemed to respond. People I encountered seemed more pleasant, or at least less demanding. Small opportunities arose that hadn't been present before. A piece of information I needed came to me unexpectedly through a conversation. It wasn't a dramatic miracle, but the quality of interaction changed. There was a smoother flow, a sense of things falling into place almost effortlessly. This wasn't about making things happen. I certainly wasn't controlling the events. It felt more like I had shifted my resonance. I was operating from a frequency of openness and alignment, and the universe, the field of potential, seemed to respond in kind. It presented me with experiences and opportunities that were congruent with that state of being. The old patterns of resistance, of striving, of needing didn't vanish entirely, but they became less dominant, less influential. This realization began to transform my understanding of the universe itself. It wasn't a cold mechanistic machine, nor was it purely random chaos. It felt more like a vast intelligent field, a sea of potential energy constantly responding to the state of consciousness within it. My own consciousness, my own state of being wasn't just observing this field. It was interacting with it, shaping my experience by the quality of my resonance. I started reading accounts not of specific gurus or prophets, but of the underlying principles. I found descriptions of consciousness as the primary creative force, of the universe as a manifestation of thought and feeling. These weren't just abstract concepts. They were starting to resonate with my own direct experience. When I felt aligned, when my internal state was harmonious, the external world seemed to reflect that harmony. When I felt fragmented, stressed or out of sync, the world seemed to mirror that dissonance. This understanding doesn't eliminate the challenges of life. Difficulties, obstacles, and heartache still arise, but my relationship to them has shifted. They are no longer seen as purely external events to be fought against or overcome. They are seen as opportunities for further exploration, for understanding the deeper currents of my own consciousness, for identifying areas where my resonance is off-kilter. When faced with a challenge now, I don't immediately jump into problem-solving mode. Instead, I pause. I inquire within, what is the feeling associated with this situation? What belief am I holding that is creating this experience? From which state of being am I reacting? It's a process of deep listening, of turning the attention inward, trusting that the answers or at least the guidance lie within the quiet space of awareness itself. This journey, this exploration of the self and the nature of reality is ongoing. There are days when the fog of old conditioning seems thicker, when the pull towards old patterns is stronger. But the fundamental understanding, the knowing that my state of being is crucial, that my resonance shapes my reality, has become deeply embedded. It is no longer just a theory, it is a lived experience. I feel more clearly than ever before that I am not separate from this unfolding reality. I am an integral part of it, a conscious point of awareness within the vast field of intelligence. My journey is one of learning to navigate this field with greater awareness, to understand the principles of creation from within, and to live from a state of resonance with the deeper flow. It is a journey towards not just understanding how the universe works, but understanding my own essential role within it. And in that understanding, a profound sense of peace and purpose begins to bloom. Chapter 14. For some time now, I have felt the pull of a deeper understanding, like a ship sensing a distant shore beyond the familiar coastline of daily life. The fragmented pieces I have gathered, observations about synchronicities, the nature of thought, the subtle interplay between mind and matter, have begun to coalesce, forming a nascent image of a reality far more intricate and wondrous than I ever imagined. This chapter marks a turning point in my journey, a shift from passive collection of insights to an active engagement with the very fabric of existence. The previous weeks have been dedicated to quiet contemplation, not in search of specific answers, but in an effort to simply be aware, to observe the inner landscape with the same curiosity I once applied to the external world. I have learned to listen more intently, not just to the voice of logic or the chatter of the mind, but to a deeper, quieter hum beneath the surface. It is in these moments of stillness, when the external noise fades, that the subtle currents of the universe become apparent. I find myself noticing patterns with increasing clarity, the way a seemingly random thought can later manifest in a conversation, the way my mood shifts in response to the energy of a room. The way intentions held with genuine focus seem to ripple outwards, influencing outcomes in ways that defy simple cause and effect. These are not mere coincidences, I now perceive them, but reflections of a fundamental interconnectedness. The universe is not a collection of isolated events or beings, but a single dynamic and intelligent whole. To understand one part is in some sense to begin to grasp the whole. This realization brings with it a profound sense of responsibility, yet not in the conventional sense of duty or obligation. It is a responsibility to myself to recognize my own power as an conscious participant within this grand design. We are not merely passive observers floating through life. We are active co-creators weaving our experiences through the conscious choices we make, the thoughts we hold, the feelings we allow ourselves to feel. The universe works in accordance with certain principles, not as a machine, but as a responsive intelligent field, eager and ready to reflect back to us the nature of our own inner state. The journey towards self-realization has revealed that the primary obstacle is often not external circumstances, but the internal resistance we build up. Fear, doubt, the clinging to old patterns, the desire for control. These are the shadows that obscure our perception. We convince ourselves that we are separate entities limited by our bodies, our pasts, our perceived circumstances. This sense of limitation is in fact a state of consciousness, a choice we make moment by moment to focus on the lack rather than the infinite potential that resides within and around us. As I delve deeper, I begin to understand that self is not a fixed entity but a fluid expression of consciousness. It is not defined by the sum of my experiences, my achievements or my failures, but by the quality of my awareness, the depth of my presence in this moment. The true self is the eternal unchanging awareness that observes the ever-changing expressions of itself throughout the universe. Realization comes not from discovering a hidden me but from recognizing the inherent nature of the awareness that is already here always. This understanding transforms the way I approach life. No longer am I merely reacting to the world around me. I am responding from a place of deeper awareness. Challenges are no longer seen as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth, for exploring the nature of consciousness in action. Relationships are perceived through a lens of shared energy and mutual influence rather than transactional dynamics. The external world becomes a mirror, reflecting back the state of my inner being with remarkable clarity. I have begun to practice alignment, consciously choosing thoughts and feelings that resonate with the state of expanded awareness I seek. It is not about forcing positivity or suppressing negativity but about recognizing the nature of both as transient states within the broader field of consciousness. By observing these states without judgment, by acknowledging them as part of the human experience without allowing them to define me, I find a growing sense of inner stability. I learn to trust the process, trust that the universe will provide what is needed, that every experience, no matter how challenging, serves a purpose in the unfolding of my own understanding. This is not a journey one can complete. There is no final destination, no ultimate arrival. The realization is ongoing, a continuous deepening, a constant expansion of awareness into the vastness of what is. It is a journey into the infinite potentiality of consciousness, recognizing that the boundaries between self and other, between inner and outer, are in truth illusions we have chosen to perceive. As I sit in this quiet space, feeling the subtle vibrations of interconnectedness, I sense that the next stage of my journey is about applying this understanding more deliberately. It is about becoming not just an observer but a conscious participant in the co-creation of reality, not for my own benefit alone but because I recognize that in changing myself I inevitably change the universe. The tapestry of existence unfolds before me intricate and beautiful, and I am both a part of it and the awareness that observes its magnificent pattern. The path continues guided by the light of this growing understanding. Chapter 15. The Path of Discovery. it becomes increasingly clear, is less a journey through external landscapes and more a navigation within the intricate labyrinth of one's own consciousness. Weeks, perhaps months, have now passed since the shifts first began to coalesce. The initial turbulence has settled into a more profound, albeit sometimes unsettling awareness. The external world still presents its challenges, its noise, its demands, yet it feels increasingly distant, like the murmur of a stream observed from a high vantage point rather than the water one wades in. This chapter is less about a specific event and more about the dawning understanding of the nature of that event and indeed the nature of reality itself. It is the recognition that the universe, this vast intricate tapestry unfolding around and within us, operates not according to rigid external laws imposed from above, but according to principles of energy, vibration, and resonance, principles that are fundamentally internal to us. Before, the concept of the universe being mystical or spiritual might have felt abstract, perhaps even slightly naive. But now, observing the subtle shifts, the way thoughts seem to shape feelings which in turn influence actions and outcomes, one cannot help but see a more direct energetic connection. It's as if the universe is a vast sensitive field and every thought, every feeling, every intention broadcast from within ripples outwards, influencing the field and thus the external reality that arises. Consider the weather. Once it was simply something that happened out there. Now there's a sense that the state of one's own internal climate matters. When the mind is agitated, filled with worry or frustration, does it not sometimes feel as though the external atmosphere grows heavy, the air thick with tension? Conversely, when peace and clarity reside within, does the world around not seem to respond with a subtle lightness, a clarity of its own? This is not to say one causes the rain or the sun, but rather that the state of one's resonance interacts with the universal field. It's about tuning into a frequency of harmony rather than discord. This realization brings with it both excitement and a certain humbling. The universe is not a machine with predictable cogs, but an energetic soup, infinitely responsive. And within this soup, we are not passive observers, but active participants, creators, not merely by intent, but by being. The old notion of a rigid separation between the self and the world begins to dissolve. The self is not merely in the world. The self is the world expressed through this particular lens of consciousness. This understanding transforms the concept of problem solving. Instead of attacking issues from the outside, the focus shifts inward. A challenge arises. First, observe the internal state. What feelings are present? What thoughts are driving the energy? By acknowledging, understanding, and consciously adjusting the internal resonance, cultivating calm, clarity, compassion, the way the external situation is perceived and thus the potential responses changes. It's less about fighting the current and more about learning to swim with it, or even with sufficient awareness and intention learning to gently guide its flow. This is where the practice of quieting the internal noise becomes paramount. The constant chatter of the mind, the stream of judgments, expectations and reactions. This creates a chaotic internal frequency like radio static interfering with clear reception. By dedicating time, even just moments, to stillness, through meditation, contemplation, or simply observing nature without judgment, one begins to tune into a quieter, more fundamental frequency. In this stillness, the resonance of pure being becomes more apparent. It's the sense of I am, beneath the layers of thought and emotion, unshakable and luminous. This journey isn't linear. There are days when the old patterns resurface, when doubt creeps in, when the sheer volume of the world's demands feels overwhelming. These moments are not failures but opportunities for recalibration. Each time the internal state wavers, each time the focus drifts back towards external validation or fear, there is a chance to gently, compassionately return to the awareness of inner resonance. It's about noticing the drift without judgment, acknowledging the thought or feeling, and then consciously choosing to return to the felt sense of peace and presence. Understanding the universe as a field of resonance changes the relationship to others. We are not isolated islands, but interconnected nodes on a vast energetic web. The state of one's own resonance inevitably affects those around them just as their state is affected by the resonance of others. This fosters a deeper empathy, a recognition that others are navigating their own internal landscapes, their own struggles and insights. It encourages a more gentle, non-judgmental approach to interaction, understanding that beneath the surface behaviors there is a shared underlying reality of being. This is not about achieving a permanent state of blissful detachment. Life involves duality, contrast, and learning through experience. The goal is not to avoid pain but to understand its place within the larger pattern, to see it not as an external enemy but as an energetic signal, a catalyst for growth, a part of the rich tapestry of being. It is about learning to navigate the waves of existence with greater awareness, with a deeper sense of how one's own inner world shapes the outer one and how the outer world in turn reflects back the state of one's being. As this understanding deepens, a profound sense of belonging emerges. The search for meaning, for purpose, finds a new grounding. It is not found out there in some grand external design but in here, in the quality of consciousness, in the choice of resonance. We are not separate explorers of a vast universe. We are the universe exploring itself through the unique lens of each conscious awareness. The journey continues not towards a distant destination but into the ever-deepening mystery and wonder of the self and its reflection in the vast resonant tapestry of all that is. Chapter 16. The path of understanding is less a journey across vast landscapes and more a navigation through the intricate chambers of one's own inner world. For months, perhaps years now, I have walked this path, seeking the core of my existence, yearning to comprehend the fundamental nature of the reality I inhabit. It began with questions, small at first, like ripples on a still pond. Why am I here? What is the purpose behind my moments? What is this universe that seems both infinitely vast and intimately close? The early stages involved shedding layers of conditioning. Like peeling back the layers of an onion, I began to see the societal narratives, the parental expectations, the cultural dictates that had for so long suddenly steered my life's direction without my conscious consent. It was a process of unlearning, of recognizing the thoughts and feelings that were not truly mine, but echoes of a collective consciousness, of past experiences filtered through a lens of learned limitation. There was liberation in seeing these constructs for what they were, not my inherent truth, but possibilities I had allowed myself to believe in. As the fog of conditioning began to lift, a deeper mystery revealed itself. The nature of thought itself. I observed how my mind, once a chaotic battleground of anxieties and desires, started to quieten, not through suppression, but through awareness. I learned to watch my thoughts as if they were clouds passing in the sky without needing to grab hold of them or assign them undue importance. And I began to notice a profound connection between my focused awareness and the unfolding of my reality. This is where the understanding of the universe truly began to crystallize. It wasn't a sudden revelation, but a gradual dawning, like watching the first light of dawn pierce through the darkness. The universe, I came to grasp, is not an external mechanism, a distant clockwork of stars and planets operating according to immutable laws. Instead, it is a field of infinite potential, a dynamic living energy field that is responsive to consciousness. My own consciousness, previously seen as merely a passive observer within this field, I realized, is far more active. It is the very medium through which this field expresses itself. The laws of the universe are not rigid decrees written in stone, but rather tendencies, patterns of resonance. Like a tuning fork placed near another resonant tuning fork will cause it to vibrate. My thoughts, my beliefs, my emotional states, these are the vibrations I send out into the universal field. and the field in turn responds. The external world I experience is a direct reflection, a manifestation of the internal state of my consciousness. The challenges I face are often mirroring my internal conflicts or areas where my belief system feels out of alignment. The opportunities that present themselves are the resonance of my clarified intentions and my congruent state of being. It is not that I create events out of thin air, but that I select and amplify the possibilities that are in harmony with my vibrational frequency. This understanding transformed my relationship with the world. The sense of separation of being a small insignificant creature in a vast indifferent cosmos dissolved. I began to feel a sense of interconnectedness, of belonging to this vast energetic field. I realized that I am not just in the universe. I am of the universe, a conscious spark expressing the totality through a unique perspective. The journey towards self-realization therefore became about refining this perspective, about raising the quality of my vibrational frequency. It was about cultivating states of consciousness, love, compassion, gratitude, peace, acceptance, not just as abstract ideals but as tangible ways of being. When I operated from a place of inner peace, the external world seemed to reflect that peace. When I harbored fear or doubt, the external world presented challenges that seemed to mirror and amplify that fear. This realization brought with it a profound sense of responsibility. My internal landscape, my state of being directly shapes the reality I experience. It is not a burden but an empowering understanding. It means that the power to change my reality lies not primarily in manipulating external circumstances but in transforming my internal state. I spent weeks then months practicing this, meditating not just to quiet the mind but to become more deeply aware of my subtle energetic state, visualizing not just goals but the feeling of achieving them, the resonance of that vibration drawing it towards me, practicing gratitude for the present moment, recognizing that the state of appreciation itself was a powerful vibration into the field. And slowly I began to see the results not as coincidences but as the natural expression of this principle in action. Old patterns began to shift. Fears that had felt insurmountable started to dissolve. Relationships that had been sources of friction transformed into spaces of greater understanding and harmony. Opportunities arose that had previously seemed impossible, doors opening as if by chance, yet clearly aligned with the path my inner state was drawing me towards. This understanding is not the culmination of the journey, but a crucial turning point. It is the recognition of the mechanism, the key that unlocks the potential for intentional co-creation. The universe works according to the principles of resonance, of like attracting like. My task, my journey is to become increasingly conscious of my own vibrational signature and to cultivate it with intention and awareness. The path ahead is one of continuous exploration, of deepening this understanding and integrating it into every facet of being. It is about recognizing the sacredness of the present moment, the power of my own consciousness and the profound interconnectedness of all things. It is a journey from the periphery, observing the vastness, towards the center, realizing the immense power and beauty that resides within. And in that realization I find not just understanding but the quiet, steady joy of belonging, of being an integral conscious part of the unfolding mystery of existence. Chapter 17. The path of understanding is rarely a straight one. It is more often a winding exploration through the undergrowth of the mind, where old beliefs intertwine with nascent insights, where the known bumps against the unknown. For some time now I have felt the pull of a deeper knowing, a sense that the universe operates according to principles far grander and more intricate than my everyday consciousness allows for. The fragmented pieces I have gathered, observations, feelings, synchronicities, seem to point towards a larger pattern, an underlying intelligence weaving the cosmos together. Yet holding these fragments has felt like trying to grasp smoke. They shimmer, shift, and dissolve the moment I attempt to pin them down definitively. I have spent hours in quiet contemplation, gazing out at the moon, watching the clouds drift across the sky, listening to the subtle sounds of the morning or the evening. Each moment offers a potential gateway, a flicker of understanding that vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Is this simply the nature of the journey? That the true understanding cannot be held, only perceived? That trying to possess it, to label it, to define it is itself a form of resistance to its very essence? The self-help books whose explorations of consciousness often spoke of the danger of rigid belief systems of the mind creating a self that feels separate and fixed, thereby limiting its perception of the vast fluid reality. They suggested that true knowledge comes not from accumulation but from a state of receptive awareness, from allowing the universe to speak through the individual. And so I began to experiment with this state of receptivity, not as a goal in itself, but as a way to observe. I stopped actively seeking answers, stopped pushing against the walls of my understanding. Instead, I focused on being the observer, the witness to the inner and outer landscape. I observed my thoughts as they arose and passed, without judgment, without trying to change their course. I observed the sensations in my body, the subtle shifts in mood, the arising and falling of emotions. It was during one such period of quiet observation, perhaps a week of simply being, that the first threads of a new understanding began to coalesce. I was sitting by a window watching raindrops trace paths down the glass, reflecting the blurred image of the garden outside. The usual mental chatter was present, but I allowed it to be, noticing it without getting caught up in its narratives. And then it happened, not as a lightning bolt of revelation, but more like the slow unfolding of a complex tapestry. I saw the raindrops not just as water hitting glass, but as points of interaction within a larger system. Each drop was a tiny event, part of the weather pattern, part of the water cycle that had existed for millennia. The glass was not just a barrier, but a medium through which light and shadow played, creating the very image I was watching. A sense of interconnectedness washed over me, not as a feeling of emotional oneness, but as a cognitive understanding. The raindrop, the glass, the light, the garden, the air, they were not separate entities but nodes on a single dynamic network. One influenced the other, creating a feedback loop that maintained the whole. It was a simple observation rooted in the physical world. Yet, it resonated deeply. This wasn't the grand cosmic plan I had been searching for. Perhaps it wasn't a description of souls or universal laws in the abstract, but it felt like a key to understanding the mechanics of the interconnectedness. If even a simple raindrop interaction was part of this larger web, what did that make of the more complex interactions I observed daily? The interactions between people, the flow and ebb of energy within a room, the subtle ways my own thoughts and feelings influenced the reality I perceived. The realization began to dawn that the universe's operation might not be a top-down decree, but a bottom-up emergent property. It wasn't something being done to the universe, but rather the universe being the result of countless interactions, each influencing the next in a vast, intricate dance. My own consciousness, my own self was not separate from this dance, but an integral part of it. My thoughts, my feelings, my perceptions, they were not just internal states but forces interacting within this larger field. This understanding was profound, yet it felt grounded. It was less about belief and more about observation. It suggested that the universe working wasn't some mystical force pulling strings but the natural consequence of systems interacting according to their inherent nature. There was intelligence in the pattern. Yes, but perhaps it was the intelligence of the system itself arising from the complexity of its parts. I found myself looking at the world differently. The chaos seemed less chaotic, the randomness less random. There were patterns emerging in conversations, synchronicities that seemed too meaningful to be coincidence. I began to pay closer attention to cause and effect, not just in the physical world, but in the realm of energy and intention. I noticed how my own state of being influenced the atmosphere around me, how my focus shaped my perception of events. This wasn't about gaining control, but about understanding. It was about recognizing my place within the unfolding tapestry, not as a separate artist, but as a thread within the whole. The journey of self-realization, it seemed, was inextricably linked to this understanding of the universe. To truly know oneself, one had to see oneself not as an isolated entity, but as part of the great unfolding pattern. The path ahead still felt uncertain, the destination perhaps ill-defined, but the fog had lifted slightly. The smoke wasn't dissipating, but I was learning to see through it, recognizing the intricate forms within. I was beginning to grasp that the answers I sought weren't external, waiting to be discovered, but were already present within the very fabric of reality and within my own awareness, waiting to be perceived. The challenge then was not to find the map, but to become more sensitive to the territory itself, to navigate by the light of the pattern, rather than seeking a fixed destination. For months, the threads of understanding had been gathering subtle hints and resonant feelings that prickled at the edge of consciousness. I had spent time in quiet reflection, walking meditative paths through landscapes both internal and external, seeking a coherence that seemed just beyond grasp. The relentless chatter of the external world often drowned out the softer, more insistent whispers of inner knowing. But slowly, persistently, something was shifting. It began, as so many insights do, with a question that wouldn't leave me alone. Not a dramatic thundering query born of crisis, but a gentle persistent inquiry. Why? Not why this happened or why that felt wrong, but a deeper why. Why does anything? Why the intricate dance of seasons? Why the pull of gravity that keeps us grounded yet yearns for something beyond? Why the very structure of thought, the way we perceive and categorize a reality that seems infinitely more complex and interconnected than our simple boxes allow? I found myself drifting into states of heightened awareness, not through forced meditation, but simply by paying attention. Paying attention to the way sunlight filtered through leaves, noticing the intricate patterns it created on the ground, observing the way a breeze moved through a crowd not just as a physical force but as a subtle energy exchange. Listening, truly listening, not just to words, but to the underlying tones, the unspoken emotions, the silent currents between people. One afternoon, sitting by a window overlooking a bustling city park, I watched a group of children playing. Their energy was palpable, pure, unfiltered, moving with a spontaneity that felt strangely ancient. They weren't just playing. They were exploring, experimenting, creating moments out of thin air. Laughter erupted, spontaneous and infectious. An idea sparked, shared, built upon in seconds. There was no rigid structure, no complex planning, just the flow of moment-to-moment existence guided by instinct and pure presence. And in watching them, a piece clicked into place. The structures we build, societal, financial, even within our own minds, often feel like rigid cages we construct, mistaking them for the entirety of reality. We get so caught up in the doing, the achieving of goals that we forget the simple essential being. We label, we judge, we analyze, filtering the world through a lens of preconceived notions. And in doing so, we miss the vast unfolding tapestry around us. The children's play wasn't chaotic. It was a fluid expression of pure potential. It was a microcosm of a universe that operates not through rigid laws dictated from on high, but through an inherent intelligent unfolding. It unfolds based on attention, on participation, on the energy that is present. Like a garden, it needs tending, not in the sense of forced control, but in the sense of awareness, of providing the right conditions, and then stepping back to allow the seeds to germinate and the plants to grow in their own unique way. This understanding began to permeate other areas of my life. Relationships no longer seen as battlegrounds for control or validation, but as opportunities for mutual exploration and energy exchange. Work viewed not just as a means to an end but as a contribution to the larger pattern, a way to engage my skills and awareness in the ongoing creation. Even challenges which still arose were met not with resistance or fear but with curiosity. How is this part of the pattern? What can I learn from this energy? The more I allowed myself to simply be, to observe without immediate judgment, the more the patterns became clear. It wasn't about discovering some grand mystical secret hidden away from the world. It was about remembering that I am not separate from this unfolding tapestry, but an integral part of it. Remembering that my thoughts, my feelings, my attention, these are not just internal states, but forces that interact with the larger field of energy we call reality. The universe, it seemed, wasn't a machine with fixed gears, but a living, breathing, intelligent field of potential. It responded to attention, to focus, to the quality of energy we bring to our experience. What we focus on, what we give our energy to tends to expand. Fear and doubt contract while love, curiosity, and presence open up new possibilities. This wasn't a path to effortless bliss, nor was it a prescription for ignoring the difficulties of life. It was a shift in perspective, a move from seeing oneself as a victim of circumstance to recognizing oneself as an active participant in the creation of one's own reality. It was about understanding that the inner world is the outer world in reflection, and by working with the inner landscape, cultivating awareness, letting go of rigid control, choosing presence over reaction, one inevitably begins to reshape the outer experience. I still had questions. Of course, the universe is vast and the journey of understanding is infinite, but the relentless follow-up questions had softened into a gentle inquiry. The search wasn't for external answers or definitive rules, but for an ever-deepening sense of connection, of participation, of belonging to this magnificent unfolding tapestry. And in that belonging, I found a peace and a power that had been eluding me for so long. The path wasn't about reaching a destination. It was about walking consciously and with awareness within the beauty and mystery of the present moment. Chapter 18. I've spent years chasing answers outside myself, books, gurus, rituals, only to realize the greatest truth was always humming within. It began as a quiet whisper during meditation, a feeling that the world I perceived was merely the outer layer of something far vaster. Like peeling an onion, each layer revealed deeper dimensions until I stood naked in the raw architecture of existence. The first crack in my reality appeared during a sunset. I watched the sky bleed gold and violet, and suddenly the colors felt alive. Not just pigments hitting my retinas, but vibrations dancing in a symphony only consciousness could conduct. I understood then that matter wasn't solid. It was energy slowed down to a crawl, a grand illusion we agreed to believe in. The chair beneath me, a dense thought form, the wind on my skin, a ripple of collective intention. This universe isn't built of atoms. It's woven from awareness. But how does this change living? That's where the real work began. I noticed my thoughts weren't just passive observers. They were sculptors. Every fear I nurtured carved a canyon of scarcity in my world. Every doubt I clung to became a wall blocking joy. I'd manifested illness by fixating on vulnerability, attracted chaos by obsessing over control. The universe doesn't judge, it reflects. It's a mirror, cold and precise, showing back the frequency you broadcast. Want abundance? Radiate gratitude. Seek connection. Embrace vulnerability. The cosmos doesn't give it mirrors. Then came the revelation of time. I'd always seen it as a river flowing one way, but in lucid moments, half dreaming, half waking, I glimpsed its fluidity. Past, present, and future weren't separate rooms in a house, but overlapping landscapes. A memory of childhood joy could flood my present, altering my cellular vibration. A future hope held with enough intensity could pull events toward me like gravity. Time isn't linear. It's a spiral. We're not moving through it. We're choosing which version to inhabit. The hardest part was surrendering control. My ego screamed, but what about free will? And the answer came, free will exists in choosing your vibration. You can't control the weather, but you can choose to dance in the rain. You can't force outcomes, but you can align with the flow. Like a surfer riding a wave, power comes from harmony, not force. I stopped fighting and started floating. Miracles followed synchronistic meetings, unexpected opportunities, solutions arriving before problems were fully formed. Now I see the world as a dream we're co-creating. Every person I meet is another aspect of myself, a character in this grand play. Conflict isn't evil, it's contrast, highlighting what I've chosen to believe about separation. Pain isn't punishment. It's a signpost pointing me back to wholeness. Even suffering has purpose. It's the universe's way of saying, look deeper, there's more here. The journey isn't about escaping the physical world. It's about diving into it with new eyes. Eating becomes communion. Breathing becomes prayer. Work becomes worship. Every moment is a portal to the infinite. If you know how to look, I no longer seek enlightenment. I am it unfolding. The universe isn't out there. It's the breath in my lungs, the light in my cells, the silent hum beneath all sound. And so I rest, not in laziness, but in trust. The unseen architecture holds me. Consciousness cradles me and I in turn cradle it. We are one, always have been, always will be. Chapter 19. The path of understanding is rarely a straight one, and often the most profound insights arrive not after hours of intense concentration, but during moments of quiet reflection, seemingly unrelated to the specific query that initially drew one here. For some time now, I have been grappling with the nature of this reality, the mechanisms through which it seems to unfold, and my own place within its intricate dance. I have spent energy exploring the nature of thought, the power of belief, and the subtle ways in which my inner world shapes my outer experience. I have sought to understand the how, the underlying principles that govern this universe we perceive. I have read, meditated, and reflected upon the idea that consciousness is fundamental, that the observer is not merely a passive recipient of reality, but an active participant, perhaps even a co-creator. This concept, while initially challenging, has begun to resonate on a deeper level. It suggests that the universe is not some distant immutable entity but is intrinsically connected to the act of perceiving itself. The very quality of my attention, the focus of my awareness seems to influence the nature of the experience I receive. Yet there was a piece missing, a subtle but persistent puzzle. I understood that my thoughts and feelings could shape my reality, but the mechanism by which this occurred remained somewhat elusive. How did a single intention, a focused feeling, ripple outwards and alter the fabric of things? Was it a direct instantaneous connection? Or was there some intermediary process, some energetic field or language through which these influences were transmitted? The search led me down a path less trodden, away from grand theories of creation and towards the nature of vibration itself. Everything, it seemed to dawn upon me, resonates. Thoughts vibrate, feelings vibrate, physical objects vibrate at specific frequencies. Even the concept of space or time might be understood not as absolute containers but as fields of potential vibration. If this is the case, then the universe is not a collection of separate solid objects, but a vast interconnected ocean of energy oscillating in infinite complexity. My own consciousness, my own field of awareness is also a vibratory pattern. It is constantly emitting and receiving these vibrations. When I focus my attention, when I hold a specific belief or emotion, my vibrational signature shifts. I become more attuned to certain frequencies while tuning out others, like a tuning fork drawn to its harmonic. The universe, this vast resonant field, responds to my state of being. It is not necessarily a case of making things happen in a linear cause and effect manner. It is more like tuning into a frequency. If I am vibrating at a frequency of peace, contentment, and openness, I am more likely to perceive and attract experiences that resonate with that state. Conversely, if my vibration is one of fear, doubt or resistance, my perception skews, and I tend to notice and draw towards experiences that match that energetic signature. It is as if my state of being acts as a filter, a lens through which the universe is interpreted. This understanding began to transform my sense of agency. It wasn't about exerting force or will in a conventional sense, but about cultivating a specific vibrational quality. It shifted the focus from trying to control external events which are often beyond my direct influence towards managing my internal state. The power, it seemed, lay not in commanding the universe, but in aligning myself with its inherent nature as a resonant field. I experimented. I would sit quietly, focusing not on specific outcomes, but on the feeling of alignment. What did it feel like to be in tune with the flow? It was a sense of ease, of presence, of allowing. It was like a gentle attunement, a harmonious resonance with the underlying patterns of existence. When I achieved this state, even for brief moments, I noticed subtle shifts. The quality of my interactions changed. The noise in my mind seemed to lessen. Opportunities previously unnoticed seemed to present themselves more naturally. This resonant understanding also shed new light on the concept of like attracts like. It wasn't merely a superficial observation about personalities or desires. On a deeper level, it was about energetic compatibility, what I resonate with. On a vibrational level, I naturally draw towards. It is the universe's way of maintaining harmony, of allowing consciousness to explore and express itself through the patterns of similarity and complementary. I began to see the interconnectedness in a more tangible way. The state of my mind and heart was not isolated within my skin. It was part of a larger energetic conversation, a feedback loop within the vast resonant field. My perception influenced the field, and the field in turn influenced my perception, creating a dynamic and ever-evolving dance. This journey towards understanding the mechanics of perception and resonance has been less about finding definitive answers and more about cultivating a certain way of being. It is an ongoing process of refinement, of tuning the instrument of consciousness. It requires patience, self-observation, and a willingness to explore the subtle connections between inner state and outer experience. The universe, it appears, operates not through rigid laws of determinism but through the elegant principles of vibration and resonance. It is a living, breathing field of potential, constantly responding to the quality of awareness within it. My understanding is still evolving, but the core realization holds. The journey towards realizing my true nature and understanding how this reality works begins with the simple, profound act of tuning into the frequency of my own being. And in that attunement I find a deeper connection, not just to the universe but to the very essence of who I am within it. Chapter 20. The path of discovery, like the unfolding of a complex tapestry, reveals itself not in neat sequential threads, but in the emergent patterns that arise from persistent attention. I have journeyed far from the starting point of my inquiry, from the simple yearning for understanding to the more profound realization that my own nature is intrinsically woven into the very fabric of existence. This journey has required more than intellectual grasp. It demands a deep experiential engagement with the nature of consciousness itself. For so long I perceived the universe, the external world, the flow of events, the presence of others as something fundamentally other than myself. A vast, sometimes intimidating collection of stimuli and interactions. I observed, I reacted, I interpreted, often feeling like a small isolated island amidst a vast ocean. The sense of separation was a constant companion, a baseline hum of awareness that colored nearly every experience. I sought external validation, external solutions, believing that happiness, peace or understanding resided outside to be attained or overcome. Then a subtle shift began. It wasn't a sudden epiphany, but rather the gradual softening of the rigid boundary I had so carefully constructed between me and everything else. I started noticing the interconnectedness more consciously, the way a single thought could ripple through my emotional landscape, influencing subsequent perceptions, the way my mood seemed to suddenly affect the atmosphere in a room, the undeniable feedback loops, my actions shaping my reality shaping my internal state. This observation led to experimentation. What happens, I wondered, when I consciously choose to dissolve the sense of separation? What if I simply being rather than doing or achieving? This wasn't about stopping the flow of life, but about changing my relationship to that flow. It involved quieting the internal chatter that constantly judges, compares, and plans. It meant learning to rest in the present moment, not as a destination to be reached, but as the only reality that truly exists. The practice became less about forced concentration and more about gentle, persistent awareness. Like learning to play a musical instrument by feeling the vibration in the body rather than just reading the notes on a page. I learned to listen not just with my ears but with my whole being, to feel the resonance of my thoughts, my feelings, my intentions in the subtle energetic field that seemed to connect everything. This field, this underlying reality, began to reveal itself more clearly. It is not static. It is dynamic, alive, and responsive. It holds the potential for an infinite variety of expressions, yet operates according to certain fundamental principles. Cause and effect are not mechanical laws imposed from without, but rather a reflection of the nature of energy and intention itself. What I focus my awareness upon, what I give my attention and feeling to, tends to manifest in my experience. It is less like a vending machine with specific outcomes and more like a vast intelligent field of potential responding to the quality and clarity of my inner state. Understanding this doesn't diminish the complexity of life. It illuminates it. It reveals that the challenges and joys are not merely external occurrences happening to me but are in a sense internal reflections of my own state of being and my relationship to the universal field. When I feel anxious, is it the external situation or is it a resonance within me reflecting a state of disconnection or fear? When I feel aligned and joyful, is it the external circumstances or is it a state of resonance with the flow of life, with the positive potential of the field? This realization brings with it a profound sense of responsibility. It is not about blaming myself for difficulties but about understanding that my experience is a direct result of my internal landscape. It is also liberating. It shifts the focus from trying to control the external world, which is by its nature beyond my complete control, to cultivating an internal state of awareness, peace and intention. If the universe responds to my inner state, then the most effective place to exert influence is within. This understanding continues to evolve. It moves beyond simply observing the mind and emotions to recognizing the power of intention and feeling. It involves understanding that thoughts are not just mental concepts. They are energetic vibrations that shape reality. To hold a thought with strong feeling is to give it creative power within the universal field. This is not mere wishful thinking. It is recognizing the fundamental nature of consciousness as the creative force. The journey towards self-realization is in essence the journey towards understanding this creative power within oneself and its connection to the larger whole. It is about moving from a place of reaction and separation to one of conscious participation and connection. It is about recognizing that the universe is not an indifferent mechanistic place but a living responsive field of intelligent energy, and that I am an integral part of it, capable of influencing and being influenced by it in profound ways. Chapter 21. The path of discovery, much like the universe itself, rarely presents itself as a straight illuminated highway. More often, it unfolds as a winding exploration through the dense, sometimes shadowed undergrowth of the self. For some time now, I have felt the pull of a deeper understanding not just of how the world operates, but of how I operate within it as an integral conscious part of that vast interconnected whole. The concepts I have been grappling with, the nature of thought, the power of belief, the subtle interplay between observer and observed have begun to coalesce not into a rigid doctrine but into a felt sense, a shifting awareness that permeates my daily experience. It started, as many such journeys do, with a question. Not a sharp intellectual query demanding an answer, but a gentle persistent whisper from a place deeper than thought. Who am I truly, beyond the labels, the roles, the accumulated experiences that form the persona I present to the world? Beyond the narratives I tell myself about limitation and possibility, I found myself lingering in moments of stillness, not seeking emptiness, but a different kind of presence, just being. Observing the breath without controlling it, feeling the subtle sensations in the body without labeling them, watching the thoughts drift through the mind like clouds in a vast sky, acknowledging their presence without getting caught up in their stories. In these moments, a subtle shift began to occur. The constant inner chatter, the running commentary that had always been the background noise of my consciousness started to quieten. This quietening wasn't merely the absence of noise. It felt like the turning on of a different kind of light. It was as if the noise had been a fog obscuring the clarity that was already present. And what I began to perceive with increasing clarity was the underlying unity of my being. The separate facets, the thinker, the feeler, the door, the observer started to soften, revealing a core of undifferentiated awareness, a pure consciousness from which all manifestation seemed to arise. This resonated deeply with the understanding I was cultivating about the nature of the universe. If the universe is fundamentally energetic, a field of infinite potential, then my own consciousness, my own being, must be more than just a passive recipient of external reality. It must be an active participant, a point of focus and vibration within that vast field. My thoughts, my beliefs, my emotions, they weren't just internal events. They were signals, frequencies sending ripples out into the universal field, shaping my own experience and inextricably contributing to the larger pattern of reality. The realization wasn't sudden, but cumulative. It came piece by piece, like assembling a complex jigsaw puzzle where the edges didn't quite match up initially. One piece might fit, revealing a corner. Then another piece might click into place, changing the perspective entirely. I began to notice the power of intention, not as a force imposed upon the universe, but as the very quality of attention I brought to my actions and my inner state. When I approached tasks with a sense of curiosity and openness rather than with preconceived notions of limitation or judgment, the quality of my experience shifted. Solutions seemed to emerge more readily. Obstacles became less insurmountable and a sense of flow often followed. This wasn't about wishful thinking or ignoring challenges. It was about understanding that my state of being was the lens through which I perceived and interacted with the world. If I held a belief in lack, my focus would be on what was missing. If I held a belief in abundance, my attention would be drawn to the possibilities and the resources available. It wasn't that one was objectively true and the other false. It was that each belief created a different vibrational frequency, and the universe operating on the principle of resonance would reflect back experiences that matched that frequency. I found myself experimenting not with grand gestures but with small shifts in perspective, looking at a difficult situation not as a problem to be solved but as an opportunity for growth. Meeting a challenging person not with preconceived judgments but with an open heart and the intention to understand. Noticing how these shifts in intention suddenly altered the energetic quality of the interaction, often leading to surprising outcomes and a deeper sense of connection. This understanding began to dissolve the sense of separation I had carried for so long. I wasn't an isolated island in an ocean of reality. I was a wave, an expression of the same vast creative sea. My thoughts and feelings weren't just mine. They were part of the ongoing creative process of the universe expressing itself through me. This didn't diminish my individuality, it expanded it, placing it within a grander context of interconnectedness and shared consciousness. The journey wasn't over. There were still layers to explore, still ingrained patterns to understand and release. But the fundamental shift had occurred. I had moved from a place of questioning how the universe worked to a place of beginning to feel how it worked through the direct experience of my own consciousness. I understood now that the exploration wasn't just about acquiring knowledge. It was about awakening to the knowing that already resided within. It was about aligning my inner resonance with the fundamental vibrational frequency of the universe, one of pure potential, infinite possibility, and unwavering intelligence. And in that alignment, a profound sense of peace and purpose began to settle in. It wasn't a passive peace, but an active engagement, a conscious participation in the unfolding mystery of existence. The questions hadn't vanished, but they had transformed, becoming inquiries into the nature of this very moment, this unique expression of consciousness within the grand design. The journey had become the destination, and the understanding was that the deepest exploration of the universe and the self lies always in the present, in the quality of awareness we bring to it. This realization does not bring an end to the questions, nor does it eliminate the challenges. Life remains complex, demanding, and endlessly fascinating. However, the perspective has shifted. The search for external answers has given way to an exploration of the inner landscape. The feeling of isolation has given way to a sense of belonging, a recognition that I am not separate but a vital thread in the grand tapestry of existence. The journey continues not with the aim of reaching a final destination but with the ongoing wonder-filled process of understanding and participating in the magnificent dance of being. Chapter 22. For some time now, I have felt the pull of something deeper, something beyond the surface-level explanations that the world often offers. The fragmented pieces I have been gathering, the observations I have made about patterns in nature, in relationships, and within my own mind have begun to coalesce, forming a nascent image of a larger reality. It is not a sudden revelation but rather a slow dawning realization, like watching the first faint light of dawn break over a misty landscape. I have spent considerable time contemplating the nature of self. Who am I truly beneath the layers of conditioning, belief systems, and societal roles? This has always been the central question, the anchor point from which my exploration begins. And slowly, painstakingly, I am starting to perceive that the self is not a fixed entity, but a dynamic field of potential. It is not something to become, but something that is already being, in a state of constant unfolding, influenced by, yet distinct from, the myriad streams of thought and feeling that flow through it. This understanding begins to dissolve the rigid structures of identity I had previously constructed. Equally compelling, and perhaps even more so, is the inquiry into the mechanics of the universe. How does it operate? What are the fundamental principles that govern its vastness and its intricacy? I have observed the interconnectedness everywhere, the way a single action can ripple outwards in unforeseen ways, the cyclical patterns in seasons and economies, the apparent synchronicities that seem to defy random chance. These are not mere coincidences. I now perceive. They are the very fabric of a system that operates with a deeper intelligence, an underlying harmony. It is a universe that communicates, responds, and is intrinsically alive, even if the manner of its communication is not always immediately apparent to our conventional senses. The challenge has been in bridging the gap between the self and the universe. How does an individual consciousness fit into this grand design? Is the self merely a localized expression of the universal field, a drop of water within the vast ocean? Or is there a more profound connection, a unity that underlies both the individual and the whole? My journey has led me to consider the nature of consciousness itself, not just as a product of the brain, but as something more fundamental, perhaps even as the medium through which the universe perceives and experiences itself. It is in the exploration of consciousness that I begin to feel the most significant shifts. The The rigid walls between observer and observed start to blur. When I focus intently, not on a thought, but on the quality of awareness itself, I sometimes experience a sense of profound stillness, a clarity that transcends the usual mental chatter. In these moments, the sense of a separate I diminishes, replaced by a feeling of being part of a larger flow. It is as if the filter through which I normally perceive the world momentarily shifts, allowing me to catch glimpses of a reality that is far more integrated and less dualistic than my everyday experience suggests. This is where the understanding of the universe begins to feel less like an intellectual exercise and more like a lived experience. When I am in a state of heightened awareness, the patterns I have observed, the interconnectedness, the feedback loops, the subtle influences become palpable. The universe doesn't feel like an external machine to be understood, but more like an intelligent environment in which I am both participant and recipient. My thoughts and feelings are not just internal states. They are movements within this larger field capable of influencing my experience and in subtle ways the world around me. This realization brings with it a certain responsibility. If I am part of this unfolding tapestry, if my consciousness is interwoven with the fabric of the universe, then my actions and my state of being matter. It is not about grand gestures or seeking external validation, but about a fundamental shift in intention. How do I wish to participate in this unfolding, from a place of fear and separation or from a place of love and connection? How do I navigate the currents of life? Not with resistance but with awareness and acceptance of the patterns at play. There is still much to learn. Of course, the edges of this understanding remain fuzzy, the pathways not yet fully mapped, but the journey itself has revealed the most valuable lesson: that the search for self-realization and the understanding of the universe are not separate quests, but two sides of the same coin. They are inseparable aspects of exploring the nature of consciousness itself. As I continue to navigate this ocean of potential, I do so with a growing sense of wonder and a profound appreciation for the intricate, intelligent, and interconnected nature of all that is. The tapestry unfolds before me, and I am both the weaver and the watcher, learning to dance within its luminous patterns. Chapter 23. The air in the study hung thick with incense, the scent of sandalwood wrapping around me like a silent companion. For weeks, I'd been sitting in the same chair, staring at the same blank wall, waiting not for answers, but for the questions to dissolve. Tonight, something shifted. It began as a hum in my bones, a quiet resonance that felt less like sound and more like the universe breathing through me. I closed my eyes and the wall vanished. In its place, I saw not darkness, but a shimmering tapestry woven from threads of light. Each thread pulsed with intention, with purpose. I realized then this is how reality is built. Not with bricks or mortar, but with the raw material of belief. The unseen blueprint. For years, I'd chased enlightenment as if it were a destination, a mountaintop I'd someday reach. But tonight, I understood enlightenment isn't a place. It's the recognition that you're already standing in the temple. The universe isn't out there separate from you. It's the reflection of your own inner architecture. Consider a dream. When you're dreaming, the dream feels solid, real. You don't question the laws of physics or the logic of events. Why? Because in that state you believe in it completely. Your focus, your expectations, your unspoken assumptions, they all conspire to make the dream feel tangible. Now wake up. What changed? Nothing in the room. Only your awareness. You remembered that you were the dreamer, not the dream. This is the key. Your waking reality operates on the same principle. The laws of the universe, gravity, time, cause, and effect, are not fixed rules written in stone. They are agreements, collective agreements, yes, but agreements you've personally subscribed to since birth. You were taught that falling means pain, that aging means decay, that scarcity is the natural order. And so you built a world that reflects those teachings, the sculptor of perception. I once believed my circumstances were the sculptor of my life. If I had more money, better health, or different relationships, then I'd be happy. I chased these things like a dog chasing its tail, always a step behind. But the truth is, your beliefs shape your circumstances, not the other way around. Think of a magnet. It doesn't try to attract metal. It simply is magnetic. Similarly, your being emits a frequency. If you believe you are unworthy, you broadcast unworthiness. The universe in its infinite responsiveness mirrors that frequency back to you. Opportunities for growth shrink. Relationships feel draining. Abundance feels elusive. Not because the universe is punishing you, but because you are tuned to a station that plays only that song. But here's the miracle. You can change the station. Not by force, but by gentle, persistent realignment. When you catch yourself thinking, "I'm not good enough," don't fight it. Acknowledge it. Then ask, what if this isn't true? Not as a denial, but as an experiment. Imagine for a moment that you are inherently whole. Feel the weight of that belief in your bones. See how it changes the color of the room, the texture of the air. This is alchemy, not turning lead into gold, but turning limitation into possibility. The universe doesn't resist your new belief. It celebrates it. It rearranged molecules, synchronizes events, and opens doors you didn't know existed. All because you've changed the blueprint. The ripple effect of consciousness. One evening, I sat by a lake watching the moonlight dance on the water. I tossed a pebble into the center. Ripples expanded outward, touching every part of the surface. In that moment, I felt the same truth. Your consciousness is that pebble. Every thought, every feeling, every unspoken belief sends ripples through the fabric of existence. You are not an isolated island. You are a nexus in an infinite web. When you heal your own fear, you heal a thread in the collective web. When you choose love over judgment, you strengthen the bonds between all beings. This isn't metaphor, it's physics. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. Your transformation ripples outward, touching lives you will never see. I once met a woman who radiated peace. She spoke of hardship not as suffering, but as the universe's way of teaching me to fly. Her eyes held no trace of resentment, only gratitude. I asked her how she did it. She smiled and said, "I stopped asking why me and started asking what now." In that simple shift, she'd reclaimed her power. She wasn't a victim of circumstance. She was a co-creator of it. Her belief in possibility had rewritten her story. The journey home. As I open my eyes now, the wall is still there, but it's different. It's no longer a barrier. It's a canvas. I see the threads of light again, shimmering just beneath the surface. I realize that self-realization isn't about escaping this world. It's about seeing it clearly, seeing the magic woven into the mundane, the divinity in the dust. The universe doesn't demand you become someone else. It asks you to remember who you already are, a being of infinite potential, a creator of worlds, a dreamer waking up. So I sit here not with answers but with wonder. The journey isn't over. It's just beginning. And in this beginning I find everything. Next we explore the art of conscious creation. How to align your thoughts, emotions, and actions with the rhythm of the universe. The path of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding exploration through the labyrinth and corridors of one's own mind where each turn reveals a new layer of complexity, a fresh perspective on the nature of existence itself. For some time now I have been navigating these corridors driven by an insatiable curiosity about the self and by extension the universe that seems intrinsically woven from the same fabric. The concepts I have encountered, the shifts in perception they catalyzed have felt like pieces of a vast intricate puzzle. They have hinted at a reality far grander, more fluid, and more interconnected than my previous understanding allowed. I have spent considerable time contemplating the nature of belief. How does a thought, A conviction held with sufficient intensity shapes not only one's perception of the world, but potentially the world itself. It is a concept that resonates deeply, echoing the observations presented in the early stages of this journey. Belief is not merely an intellectual assent. It is a vibrational signature, a lens through which the light of experience is filtered. If one believes firmly that they are limited, that the possibilities available are few and far between, their perception will naturally gravitate towards confirming that belief. They will notice the limitations, overlook the opportunities, and interpret events through that specific filter. Conversely, if one holds the conviction that they are infinite in potential, that the universe is abundant and supportive, the perceptual field shifts dramatically. The same set of circumstances, the same interactions with others can yield entirely different insights and opportunities. The challenge, of course, lies not in simply convincing oneself of something, but in understanding how belief functions as a creative force, how it interacts with the subtle energies that underpin reality. This brings me to a more profound realization, one that feels like peeling back another layer of the onion skin. The universe, it seems, is not a mechanistic machine operating on predictable laws with no room for deviation. It is more akin to a vast dynamic field of potential, a sea of energy and awareness, constantly coalescing and dissolving into form and formlessness. The forms we perceive, the physical world, the people in our lives, the events that unfold are not fixed entities existing independently of our interaction with them. Instead, they are arising moments co-created by the collective focus of consciousness. Think of it like a vast intricate tapestry. Each thread represents a different stream of awareness, a different perspective or vibration. The pattern emerges not from pre-existing stitches, but from the continuous interplay and resonance between these threads. My own consciousness is one such thread, and my perception of the tapestry is shaped by the vibration I carry, by the beliefs and emotions that color my view. But I am not isolated. My thread resonates with countless others, influencing the pattern and being influenced by it in turn. This understanding transforms the concept of cause and effect. There is no neat linear progression from action to consequence. Instead, there is a constant dynamic feedback loop of intention, vibration, and resonance. An intention, a focused thought or feeling, sends out a vibrational signal into the universal field. This signal interacts with the myriad other signals present, creating a complex dance of energy. The effect is not a direct result of the initial action in the way we are accustomed to thinking, but rather the emergent pattern that arises from the interaction of that intention with the totality of the field at that specific moment. This does not negate free will. It expands its scope. Free will lies not just in the capacity to choose an action, but in the capacity to choose the state of consciousness, the vibration, the quality of awareness through which one perceives and interacts with the field. It is the power to tune one's own thread, to adjust its resonance, thereby influencing the patterns that emerge in one's experience. I find myself spending more time in quiet contemplation, not just to reflect, but to feel, to sense the subtle vibrations of my own thoughts and emotions, to observe how they color my perception of the external world. There is a growing awareness that the internal landscape is the primary territory to explore. By understanding the nature of my own consciousness, its patterns, its beliefs, its vibrational tendencies, I am gaining a key to understanding the very fabric of the universe. The external world is in many ways a mirror reflecting the state of my internal world. The people I attract, the challenges I face, the opportunities one recognizes, these are all reflections, echoes of my own vibrational signature. When I am operating from a place of fear, doubt or limitation, the external world often mirrors these qualities. When I am operating from a place of love, trust and openness, the external world responds with corresponding possibilities and encounters. This is the crux of the journey, the realization that the path to understanding the universe begins with the self. It is not about seeking external validation or following prescribed dogmas. It is about embarking on a deeply personal exploration of consciousness, of awareness itself. It is about recognizing that the self is not a fixed entity but a dynamic field of awareness constantly shaped and reshaped by its interaction with the universal field. The more I integrate this understanding, the less I feel separate from the world and the more I sense myself as an integral part of its ongoing process. There is a sense of wonder, a profound appreciation for the intricate dance of consciousness that constitutes all of reality. It is no longer a cold mechanical universe, but one brimming with potential creativity and the silent resonant intelligence of awareness itself. This realization does not bring final answers, but a deeper sense of questions that feel more meaningful, more aligned with the true nature of things. How does one cultivate a state of awareness that is more aligned with the universal field? How does one live from the conviction that one is a co-creator, not merely a passenger? The journey continues, guided not by external authorities, but by the quiet growing understanding that resides within. And in that understanding lies the key to perceiving the universe not as something out there but as something that is in essence within, accessible through the exploration of the self. Chapter 25. For months, perhaps longer, I had walked the path of inner exploration. It had begun with a flicker of doubt, a question mark hanging in the space between the known and the unknown. Was there more to reality than met the eye? Then the narratives I had been taught, the structures of belief I had absorbed like water from a river. The initial steps had felt tentative, almost reckless, like reaching for the edge of a familiar cliff. But the pull had been undeniable. I had started to notice the subtle undercurrents, the inconsistencies between the world as presented and the world as experienced through a quieter, more attentive mind. I observed patterns in reactions, the way certain energies seemed to cluster in specific places, the surprising correlations between inner states and external events. It was as if the veil, however thick it once seemed, had been gently lifted, revealing threads of a deeper, more intricate design. This chapter marks a significant turning point in my journey. The initial searching, the gathering of fragmented insights had given way to a more integrated understanding. I was no longer just collecting pieces of a puzzle. I was beginning to perceive the shape of the whole tapestry itself. It wasn't a sudden revelation, not a lightning bolt of divine wisdom, but rather a slow dawning realization, like watching the first light of dawn paint the edges of a familiar landscape with unfamiliar hues. The key had been the shift in focus. It wasn't solely about what I believed anymore, but about how I experienced reality. I had learned to become more observant of my own inner landscape, the whispers of intuition, the subtle shifts in emotion, the patterns of thought. I realized that my perception wasn't merely a passive receiver of external events. It was an active shaper of my experience. The external world seemed to reflect back what I held within. Like a mirror held at an angle reveals hidden aspects of the face. This understanding had profound implications. If my perception was key, then the nature of my inner state became paramount. The search wasn't just outward into the mysteries of the cosmos. It was deeply inward into the quality of my own consciousness. I began to see that the universe, the vast intricate system I was exploring, wasn't separate from me, nor was it some distant unapproachable force. It was in a fundamental way interconnected with me, and its workings could be understood not through mere intellectual grasp but through direct experience and attunement. The concepts became less abstract. The idea of a universal consciousness, a field of infinite potential from which all things arise, started to feel less like a philosophical construct and more like the underlying reality. I experienced moments of profound connection, not necessarily as dramatic events, but as a sense of resonance, a feeling of being part of a larger whole. It was in these moments that the how became clearer. The universe didn't operate according to rigid external laws that I had to obey. It seemed to operate according to principles of energy, intention, and resonance. It responded to the quality of my focus, the nature of my belief, the state of my being. I understood that the journey towards self-realization wasn't about reaching a destination outside myself, finding some hidden treasure or achieving a perfect state. It was about realizing the state I already was, albeit one I hadn't fully recognized. I was an expression of the universe, a conscious point within an infinite field. My realization wasn't about becoming more than this, but about understanding the depth and richness of what I already was. It was about waking up to the inherent intelligence and creativity that resided within me, the same intelligence and creativity that underpinned the entire cosmos. This understanding brought a sense of peace, but also a profound responsibility. If I was connected, if my inner state influenced my experience and potentially even the field around me, then the quality of my attention, the nature of my thoughts and feelings mattered immensely. It wasn't about trying to control the universe, but about understanding my place within it and consciously choosing how to express this connection. The path ahead felt less like a search for external answers and more like a commitment to inner exploration and conscious participation. The intricate tapestry wasn't something to be merely observed. It was a living, breathing expression of which I was an integral part. My journey of self-realization had revealed that the universe's workings were not a mystery to be solved, but a reality to be experienced and lived from the inside out. I sat quietly, feeling the resonance of this understanding settle within me. The external world continued its rhythm, the sounds and sights and sensations flowing around me. But now there was a subtle shift. I perceived the underlying patterns, the energetic flows, the interconnectedness. And within myself, I felt the quiet hum of my own consciousness, a vibrant expression of the same field that surrounded me. This wasn't the end of the journey. Of course, there were still depths to explore, edges of the tapestry to understand better, but the foundation was laid. The core realization held. I was here. I was conscious. I was part of this vast unfolding universe, and my understanding of it began and would continue from the place of my own being. Chapter 26. The path of discovery, I have come to understand, is less a journey across vast landscapes and more a navigation within the intricate labyrinth of one's own consciousness. For months, perhaps years now, the currents have guided me, pulling me away from the predictable shores of conventional thought and into the deeper, often unsettling waters of awareness. I have observed the patterns, questioned the narratives, and slowly, painstakingly begun to discern the underlying principles that govern not just my experience, but seemingly the very fabric of existence itself. This journey has required a radical reorientation. No longer can I view myself as a passive observer of a predefined reality, a victim of circumstance, or the puppet of unseen forces. Instead, I increasingly perceive myself as an active participant, indeed a co-creator of the reality I perceive. The distinction between inner world and outer world begins to blur, dissolving into a more holistic understanding, one where thought, feeling, intention, and being are not separate domains, but interconnected facets of a single dynamic process. It is in the quiet moments, often emerging from the intensity of seeking or the simplicity of nature, that these insights crystallize most clearly. Lying on the grass under a canopy of ancient trees recently, feeling the cool earth beneath me and the gentle sigh of the wind through the leaves, a profound sense of connection washed over me. It wasn't just a feeling of peace, though there was that too. It was a recognition, a deepening of knowing that my individual awareness is not an isolated bubble. It is part of a vast shimmering ocean of consciousness interwoven with every other thought, feeling, and perception throughout the universe. This understanding challenges the ingrained habit of separation. We label, we categorize, we define, and in doing so we create walls between self and other, between mind and matter, between spirit and the physical world. But the resonance I sense suggests these walls are in truth illusions, perhaps even misperceptions born of a limited state of consciousness. What I perceive as out there is in a fundamental sense in here. And what I perceive as in here inevitably reflects and shapes what is out there. The universe is a mirror reflecting back the state of my awareness, and simultaneously my awareness is a lens through which the universe is experienced and interpreted. This is where the concept of intention gains profound weight. It is no longer merely a wishful thought, a fleeting desire. It is recognized as a fundamental energetic vibration, a signature that ripples through the interconnected field. To hold a clear, focused intention is to participate directly in the shaping of reality. It is to align one's energetic frequency with the potential of what is sought. The universe, this vast field of potential, responds to these vibrations. It is a law of resonant frequency. Like attracts like, and thoughts and feelings broadcast their own energetic signature, attracting back to them experiences and circumstances that match that signature. This realization does not diminish the importance of action or the practicalities of life. It transforms them. Action becomes an expression of intention, a way of embodying the inner state and bringing the envisioned reality into form. It is no longer about struggling against external forces, but about consciously participating within the flow. Difficulties and challenges are no longer seen solely as obstacles to be overcome, but as feedback, opportunities for adjustment, signals indicating misalignment between intention and current reality, or moments requiring a deeper state of awareness to navigate. I find myself observing my thoughts with a new kind of curiosity, not as a judge or an observer separate from the process, but as a participant seeking to understand the patterns. Why this thought arises? What feeling does it carry? What intention, conscious or unconscious, does it serve? This level of self-observation is not about achieving a state of constant mental silence, which is an illusion anyway. It is about gaining clarity on the mechanisms through which one creates one's experience. It is about recognizing the power inherent in the simple act of choosing one's focus and orientation. The understanding of the universe's mechanics becomes less about grand external deities or predefined cosmic laws and more about the principles of energy, vibration, and resonance operating within a self-organizing system. It is a system that is inherently intelligent, responsive, and infinitely responsive to the quality and clarity of consciousness it encounters. It is a universe that is constantly unfolding moment by moment based on the collective and individual intentions and awarenesses within it. We are not just inhabitants. We are integral components, co-weavers of the ongoing tapestry of existence. This knowledge brings with it a certain freedom. It is a release from the burden of victimhood and the illusion of being powerless. It is an embrace of responsibility. The responsibility to understand ourselves, to choose our focus consciously and to align our actions with the intentions we hold for ourselves and the world. It is also a profound sense of interconnectedness, a recognition that in understanding and aligning with the principles governing my own experience, I am simultaneously participating in the healing and evolution of the whole. The journey is ongoing. Of course, there are still moments of confusion, of old patterns surfacing, of the sheer immensity of it all feeling overwhelming. But the fundamental orientation has shifted. The seeking is no longer outward searching for answers or validation from without. It is increasingly inward, a continuous process of self-inquiry, awareness and alignment. The understanding of how the universe works is not a destination to be reached but a living, breathing realization that informs every moment of being and creation. In this realization lies the power, not a force to be wielded aggressively, but a quiet, confident knowing that one is part of the unfolding, that one's awareness matters, and that by choosing clarity, love, and intention, one contributes positively to the magnificent, dynamic, and infinitely resonant reality we call the universe. The path continues guided by this growing understanding into the vast unknown of deeper self and universal awareness. Chapter 27. The path of understanding becomes less a journey through external landscapes and more a navigation within the intricate fields of perception itself. Days bleed into weeks marked not by calendar dates but by the shifting quality of awareness within my own being. The external world continues its frantic dance, the rise and fall of societies, the ebb and flow of seasons, the constant chatter of information. Yet its impact on the core of my experience feels increasingly distant, like watching leaves swirl in a faraway forest. For months now, I have cultivated the practice of observing, not just seeing, but witnessing, not just hearing, but listening with the deeper ears that seem to be slowly opening. It is a discipline born of necessity, a way to differentiate the currents of inner awareness from the echoes of the outer world's expectations and conditioning. I find myself less reacting to stimuli and more noting the subtle shifts in my own internal state in response to them. A certain tone of voice, a particular phrase, a fleeting image. These no longer automatically trigger the old patterns of judgment, fear, or desire. Instead, they become data points, observations on the landscape of my own consciousness. This internal landscape I am coming to understand is far more dynamic and fascinating than the tangible world I have spent so long focusing upon. It is a field of resonant frequencies where thoughts, emotions, beliefs and intentions interact and influence one another in ways both complex and profound. One thought can set off a cascade of feeling. One deeply held belief can subtly color every perception. The realization dawn with quiet clarity. My internal state is not merely a consequence of external events. It is the very lens through which events are interpreted, given meaning and ultimately integrated or rejected. The concept of the universe as a field of intelligent energy, interconnected and responsive, ceases to be a mere philosophical concept and becomes a lived reality. I can feel it in a sense like the subtle hum of a vast underlying structure. My own thoughts and feelings are not solitary occurrences happening within a void. They are ripples on this vast ocean of consciousness, and I am beginning to grasp that these ripples can interact with others, that my own state of being contributes to the energetic atmosphere around me, and that the state of the larger field in turn influences my own perception and experience. This realization brings with it both and a certain lightness. If the universe is fundamentally responsive to consciousness, if perception itself is a form of co-creation, then the sense of being a passive victim of circumstance begins to dissolve. I am not merely floating on the surface of events. I am participating in their very formation through the quality of my awareness. This is not to say that external challenges vanish. Difficulties, obstacles, and the actions of others remain part of the tapestry. However, my relationship to them shifts. They are no longer primarily problems to be solved or sources of suffering to be endured, but opportunities for deeper understanding, for observing the interplay of cause and effect within the field of consciousness. I spend hours in quiet reflection, sitting in the stillness and observing the inner currents. I notice the arising and passing of thoughts without attachment. I watch the subtle shifts in mood, the ebb and flow of energy, and I begin to see patterns. I see how certain states of mind attract certain kinds of experiences. How fear can create a narrow focus while openness can invite unexpected possibilities. It is like learning the grammar of a language I had been speaking unconsciously all my life. Suddenly the structure becomes visible, and with understanding comes a degree of choice. The understanding of how the universe works as perceived through this lens is not about discovering fixed laws like physical constants. It is about grasping the fundamental nature of the field itself, its intelligence, its interconnectedness, its responsiveness to the quality of attention and intention it receives. It is a universe that seems to operate through dynamics of resonance, feedback and creative expression rather than rigid command and control mechanisms. Events are not imposed from without. They are co-emergent phenomena arising from the interaction of the whole with its parts, influenced by the vibrational quality of consciousness within it. This understanding does not eliminate questions, but it changes their nature. Instead of seeking external validation or definitive answers, the inquiry shifts inward. How am I perceiving this? What state of consciousness am I operating from? What resonant frequency am I emitting? The answers I find are often immediate in their impact, altering the very quality of my experience in the moment. There are days when the clarity is sharp, when the understanding feels deeply integrated. I walk through the world with a sense of quiet confidence, not arrogance, but a quiet certainty that I am navigating reality from a place of inner coherence. I can feel the subtle influence of my own positive state like a gentle warmth extending outwards. I notice synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that seem to confirm the interconnectedness. I am learning to trust. And then there are days when the old patterns surface, when doubt creeps in, when the external noise seems louder, when the sheer complexity of the inner landscape feels overwhelming. These moments are not failures. They are simply further evidence of the journey. They are opportunities to re-engage with the practice, to return to the observation, to remind myself of the fundamental nature of the field I am exploring. The journey towards self-realization and understanding the mechanics of the universe as perceived through the lens of consciousness is not a destination to be reached. It is an ongoing process of awakening, of tuning into a deeper frequency, of learning to navigate the vast intelligent field within and around us with greater awareness and intention. It is about recognizing that the most profound discoveries are not found out there in the vastness, but are already present, waiting to be perceived within the quiet, resonant core of one's own being. And as I continue to explore this inner territory, the outer world begins to transform, revealing its deeper patterns and its profound interconnectedness in ways previously unimaginable. Chapter 28. The path of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding river carving its way through the landscape of the self, revealing new shores with each turn. For some time now, I have felt the pull of a deeper knowing, a sense that the answers I sought were not hidden within dusty volumes or distant lands, but rather within the very fabric of my own being and the field of energy that connects us all. This journey has been one of shedding layers, peeling away the conditioning, the expectations, the narratives that had been mistakenly accepted as my own truth. It began with the simple observation, the quiet noticing of the inner chatter, that incessant voice, always judging, analyzing, predicting, planning. It had been my constant companion, the lens through which I viewed the world. But as I learned to listen more deeply, not just to the words, but to the silence between them, I began to recognize that this voice was not me. It was a pattern, learned, ingrained, but not fundamental. The realizations came not in grand epiphanies but in small persistent insights, moments of grace where the structure of the mind momentarily dissolved and I experienced a directness, a immediacy of being. It was as if the filter clicked off and the vibrant color of now became visible. In these moments, the past was just memory, the future an unformed possibility, and this, the breath, the sensation of the body, the quality of light in the room, the feeling in my heart, was all there was, all that truly mattered. I learned to cultivate these moments, not through force of will, but through gentle attention, by observing my thoughts without attachment, by feeling the body without judgment. I began to shift my anchor from the mental realm, the past and future, to the present moment. This shift felt like stepping from a narrow, crowded corridor into an expansive sunlit field. The air was different. The energy felt clearer, more alive. This understanding of the present moment became the cornerstone of my exploration. If the only reality that truly exists is now, then where does the feeling of separation arise? It seemed to emerge from the mind's tendency to live in the past, grief, regret, attachment, or the future, fear, anxiety, desire. These mental projections created a sense of self as separate, isolated, striving, searching, caught in a perpetual motion that was exhausting and ultimately illusionary. The deeper I delved, the more I understood that the universe operates not through separate entities acting upon each other, but through a dynamic field of interconnected energy. Cause and effect are not sequential events but simultaneous expressions of this field. What we call laws of physics are perhaps more accurately understood as tendencies, resonances within this universal energy. It is a field that responds to consciousness that reflects back the quality of the attention we place upon it. My own consciousness, I began to sense, was not just a passive observer, but an active participant in the creation of my experience. My thoughts, my feelings, my intentions, these were not just internal states, but they interacted with the universal field, shaping the reality I perceived. This was not a concept to be intellectually grasped but a feeling to be experienced. It was a sense of responsibility, yes, but also of incredible power and possibility. I started experimenting with intention, not as a force to make things happen, but as a way of directing my awareness within the field. When I held an intention with genuine feeling, an intention for peace, for clarity, for connection, I noticed subtle shifts. The quality of my interactions changed. The nature of the thoughts that arose seemed different. Opportunities, previously unnoticed, seemed to emerge. It wasn't magic, I realized, but the natural functioning of a resonant universe. Like a tuning fork, my focused awareness began to harmonize with certain frequencies within the field. This understanding transformed my relationship with the world. The feeling of struggle, of opposition began to soften. Challenges were no longer seen as obstacles to be overcome, but as opportunities for learning, for refining intention, for experiencing the richness of the field. The past, while holding valuable lessons, was no longer a source of lingering pain. The future, while still holding possibilities, was no longer a source of anxiety. My focus settled into the present, a place of greater clarity, peace, and effectiveness. Yet, there was still a sense of something more to grasp, a deeper layer to this onion of being. I realized that understanding the mechanics of the field, the interplay of consciousness and energy, was only part of the picture. The ultimate purpose, it seemed, was not merely intellectual comprehension, but the direct experience of unity of being that field itself. This realization brought a profound sense of humility and awe. It wasn't about achieving a certain state or reaching a specific goal. It was about remembering that the separate self, the ego structure built on past and future, is a temporary configuration within this vast unfolding reality. Remembering that the true nature of awareness is connection, is presence, is the field itself. The journey continues. Of course, there are still moments of doubt, of old patterns surfacing, of the familiar chatter attempting to reclaim dominance. But the landscape has shifted. The foundation of understanding is now present. The anchor is in the felt sense of now. The awareness is that I am an integral part of this unfolding mystery, a conscious point within an infinite field, exploring, experiencing, and remembering my essential unity with all that is. This is not the end of the story, but a profound shift in the telling. The path is not about reaching a destination but about the quality of the journey itself, the depth of the presence, the resonance of the now. And in that resonance, everything begins to change. The universe in its infinite wisdom continues to unfold, and I am here within it to witness and participate with a growing sense of wonder and belonging. Chapter 29. The path forward ceased to feel like a struggle and began to resemble a gentle unfolding. No longer was I chasing understanding with the frantic energy of a seeker who fears missing something vital. Instead, there was a sense of resting in the flow, observing the intricate dance of cause and effect as it played out around me and within me. Days bled into weeks in a way that felt both expansive and deeply contained. The external world continued its rhythms. The sun rose and set. Seasons whispered their changes, but my internal landscape had shifted. The noise, the constant chatter of doubt, and the urgency of needing to know everything had quieted significantly. It wasn't that the questions vanished. Rather, their urgency lessened. They became like distant stars, points of curiosity rather than beacons demanding immediate attention. I found myself spending more time in stillness, not as an act of discipline, but because it simply felt the most natural state. Sitting quietly observing the breath felt less like an effort and more like tuning into a deeper frequency. It was as if the frantic searching had tired the system. And now, like a weary traveler finding a comfortable spot by a stream, I was simply resting and allowing things to be revealed in their own time. The understanding of the universe's mechanics, the interconnectedness I had begun to perceive, wasn't a sudden epiphany, but a slow dawning realization, like watching a fog lift. It wasn't a fog of ignorance, exactly, but more like a fog of assumption. I had assumed a separate self, isolated from the flow, acting upon a world that existed independently of my thoughts. Now I saw that assumption as a kind of self-imposed limitation. Everything was communication. Every thought, every feeling, every action was a vibration sent out, a ripple in the vast ocean of consciousness. And it wasn't just received. It was reflected back subtly or overtly in the outcomes I experienced and the interactions with the world around me. The idea that I was a passive observer merely watching events unfold felt increasingly inaccurate. I was an active participant, constantly shaping my reality with my state of being. This wasn't about blaming myself for negative experiences. Far from it. It was about recognizing the principle of resonance. If I projected feelings of anxiety and lack, naturally, the universe reflecting back would present experiences consonant with that state. Conversely, if I cultivated feelings of openness, possibility, and appreciation, the universe seemed to respond with corresponding opportunities and encounters. It wasn't magic. It was physics on a different scale, the very physics of consciousness and energy. I began to experiment gently at first. When faced with a challenging situation, instead of immediately jumping to a feeling of overwhelm, I would consciously shift my perspective. I would ask, what is the lesson here, or what opportunity is this presenting for growth? Even when the situation itself felt difficult, adopting this stance seemed to alter my internal experience. The external pressure didn't necessarily disappear, but my reaction to it did. The sense of being victimized by circumstance gave way to a feeling of engagement with a larger process. There were moments of confusion. The old patterns still surfaced. Doubt would whisper, "Is this real? Is this just wishful thinking?" But the voice of understanding, the one that perceived the interconnectedness, was stronger. It reminded me that this wasn't about believing in something. It was about experiencing something. It was about observing the laws of this energetic universe in action, both within myself and without. I found myself becoming more attuned to the subtle cues. A synchronistic event, a piece of advice received at the right moment, a seemingly random thought that later proved relevant. These weren't mere coincidences anymore. They were signals, nudges from the universe, guiding me back on track when I started to stray from the path of alignment within myself. The more I paid attention, the more I seemed to receive. This journey wasn't about reaching a final destination called enlightenment or understanding. It felt less like a goal and more like a continuous process of tuning, of aligning the instrument of self with the vibrations of the universe. The self I was coming to understand wasn't a fixed entity but a field of energy constantly shaped by thought, emotion, and perception. Realization wasn't about discovering a pre-existing me. It was about awakening to the process of becoming, of co-creating one's reality moment by moment. The sense of separation, the feeling of being an isolated island in an ocean of existence continued to diminish. I felt a growing sense of belonging not to a specific group or belief system but to the very fabric of reality itself. I was a cell in a vast living organism, interconnected, interdependent and essential. Writing this down feels like trying to capture the wind. These words attempt to convey a feeling, an experience that is far beyond mere description. But perhaps the value lies not in the words themselves, but in the invitation they offer, to look beyond the surface, to question the assumptions, and to dare to rest in the mystery of the unfolding pattern. To continue is simply to continue observing, to continue learning, to continue allowing the self to be revealed not as a fixed entity but as an ever-evolving expression within the grand interconnected dance of consciousness. The path is the goal. The journey is the arrival, and this I am coming to understand is where the true work lies. Chapter 30. The path of understanding is less a journey across landscapes and more a navigation within the intricate tapestry of one's own consciousness. 4 years, I moved through the world with a sense of searching, not quite aimless, but driven by a subtle undercurrent of questioning the nature of my reality. I observed the patterns, the synchronicities, the ways in which events seem to unfold, not by chance alone, but by a deeper unseen orchestration. Yet the key to deciphering this symphony remained elusive, hidden, perhaps not in the external world, but within the very core of my being. Previous chapters have explored the shedding of old identities, the dissolving of limitations imposed by belief and conditioning. This has been a necessary foundation, clearing the ground so that something deeper might emerge. But the real work, it seems, involves moving beyond mere understanding of these concepts intellectually and into a lived embodied experience of their truth. It began suddenly, moments where the boundary between thought and feeling became blurred, where an intuitive knowing arose without a logical precursor. These weren't dramatic epiphanies, but quiet shifts in perception. The world around me didn't change overnight, but my relationship with it did. I found myself pausing before reacting, noticing the subtle energetic shifts in a room, observing the unspoken dynamics between people with a new lens. The concept of the universe as an interconnected field of energy where thought and intention ripple outwards began to move from theory to felt experience. Then came the practice not as a rigid discipline, but as an ongoing awareness to simply be to observe the stream of thoughts without judgment, recognizing them as clouds passing through the sky of my awareness rather than the sky itself. To feel the body, to sense the breath moving in and out, anchoring me in the present moment. This wasn't about stopping thought but about creating a space within the flow of thought, a space from which a different kind of awareness could arise. This inner stillness, this quietude became the laboratory of discovery. In this space, the resonance of being became palpable. It wasn't a sound exactly, but a feeling, a sense of profound connection, a recognition that I wasn't separate from the universe, but an integral part of its unfolding. The lines blurred between observer and observed. I began to feel the intentions I sent out like ripples on a pond, and more importantly, I began to sense the energetic frequencies of others, the vibrations of their thoughts, their emotions, their states of being. This wasn't clairvoyance in the sensational sense, but a direct perception of the energetic field that underlies all form. It became clear that the universe works not through separate isolated entities acting in isolation but through a dynamic interplay of energy, intention and resonance like tuning forks. Everything has a natural vibrational frequency. Our thoughts, our emotions, our beliefs, these act as tuning mechanisms, either aligning us with the harmonious frequencies of the field or creating dissonance. Understanding this wasn't merely intellectual. It required a deep experiential shift. It meant accepting that my inner state was in fact creating my outer reality. It meant recognizing that the limitations I perceived were often self-imposed, resonating frequencies I had been holding on to, often unconsciously. The journey of self-realization wasn't about discovering a pre-existing self buried beneath layers of conditioning. It was about awakening to the field of potential that is the self and learning to consciously shape its resonance. This realization brought with it both excitement and a profound sense of responsibility. If my thoughts and intentions truly shape my reality, then the quality of my inner world becomes paramount. It wasn't enough to simply know this intellectually. I had to live it, to choose thoughts that aligned with the frequencies of love, peace, creativity, and abundance, to cultivate awareness of my intentions, ensuring they were congruent with the reality I desired to create. The universe, it seemed, was a reflection of this inner state. As my own resonance shifted towards greater harmony, the external world began to reflect this change. Opportunities arose that previously wouldn't have appeared. Relationships transformed as my own energetic state changed. Challenges were met not with the old patterns of resistance, but with a sense of openness, recognizing them as opportunities for further growth and understanding. This isn't to say the path is without its difficulties. The old conditioning still surfaces. The ego mind, so adept at creating separation and fear, occasionally whispers its old narratives. But the crucial difference now is the awareness, the ability to recognize these arising patterns, to feel their energetic signature, and to consciously choose whether to engage with them or allow them to pass through unheeded. The journey towards self-realization and understanding the mechanics of the universe is ultimately about recognizing the power of consciousness itself. It's about understanding that we are not merely passive recipients of reality but active co-creators tuned into the vast interconnected field of all that is. The universe works through the principle of resonance. Like attracts like, and our inner state determines the nature of the reality we experience. This understanding doesn't bring an end to the questions perhaps, but it shifts the nature of the inquiry. Instead of searching out there for answers or for a better life, the search becomes an inward journey, a continuous exploration of the vast potential held within the field of consciousness that is the self. And in this exploration, we discover not just the secrets of the universe, but the profound transformative power of our own being. The resonance is felt, the understanding deepens, and the journey continues, guided by the quiet wisdom of the present moment and the unwavering truth of our interconnectedness. Chapter 31. The path forward ceased to feel like a struggle and began to resemble a gentle unfolding. I found myself drifting less like a conscious decision and more like being carried along a current I hadn't consciously set in motion. The rigid structures of my old understanding, the boxes I tried to fit myself and the world into, started to dissolve not through force but through a subtle permeation, as if the universe itself were breathing around them, letting them go. Days blurred into a more fluid sense of time. The urgency that had once me, the need to achieve or understand quickly, began to soften. I realized that understanding wasn't a destination to be reached, a prize to be claimed. Instead, it was becoming an ongoing process woven into the very fabric of my being, revealed in increments, like discovering the colors within a watercolor painting left to soak and blend. I spent more time simply being, not in a passive sense, but an active engagement with the present moment, observing the subtle shifts within and without immediate judgment or analysis. The chatter in my mind, the constant internal monologue that had been my companion for so long, began to quieten. It wasn't erased, but it became more like distant background music. Its volume lowered, its influence lessened. This quieting allowed something else to emerge, a sense of resonance. I started noticing connections I hadn't perceived before. The way a bird's song seemed to mirror the hum of the refrigerator, the pattern of raindrops on a window reflecting the branching of a tree outside, the feeling of a kind word spoken by a stranger triggering a warmth that lingered long after the conversation ended. These weren't just coincidences. They felt like pieces of a larger, intricate puzzle clicking into place. I found myself drawn to nature more than ever, not just observing it, but feeling it. The rough texture of bark beneath my fingertips, the the coolness of water on my skin during a shower, the vastness I felt standing on a hill looking out at the horizon. In the natural world, I perceived a deeper intelligence, a more fundamental flow that seemed less constrained by the human constructs of logic and separation. The apparent randomness of a leaf's fall began to feel like a perfectly situated part of a greater movement. This wasn't about believing in some simplistic version of cosmic harmony where everything had a preordained positive meaning. Life still presented challenges, difficulties, moments of confusion, and pain. The difference was in how I related to them. The struggle wasn't seen as a failure, but as part of the process, a signal, an opportunity to explore the edges of my understanding, to see how I reacted, how I chose to respond. I began to understand that the idea of a separate self was in many ways an illusion, or at least a very limited perspective. My thoughts, my feelings, my physical sensations, they felt less like belonging to a singular, isolated entity and more like notes in a symphony. I was a channel, an expression of the underlying field of consciousness, the same field that seemed to connect everything. My individuality wasn't lost. It was refined, clarified, seen as a unique way the universal energy expresses itself. This understanding didn't eliminate the past or the future. It transformed my relationship to them. Memories weren't just static recordings. They felt more like energetic imprints, influences that shaped the present, but weren't necessarily binding. The future wasn't something to be forcefully created or predicted, but something that unfolded organically, influenced by the energy I brought to the present moment. Reading became different. Instead of seeking definitive answers, I approached texts with a sense of curiosity about the perspective they offered. Each author, each tradition, each teaching felt like another layer of the same vast unfolding. Some resonated more deeply than others, offering insights that felt particularly relevant to where I was on my path, but none felt like the only truth. There was a growing sense of peace that wasn't dependent on external circumstances. It wasn't a denial of life's difficulties, but an acceptance of them as part of the whole tapestry. This peace wasn't passive contentment. It was an active alignment with the flow, a sense of being part of the solution rather than seeing myself as separate from the problem. I realized that the journey wasn't about reaching a final state of enlightenment or understanding. It was about the continuous process of perceiving more, connecting more deeply, resonating more fully with the nature of reality. It was about recognizing that the universe in its infinite complexity was not only working but was inherently intelligent, compassionate, and always revealing itself to those willing to look beyond the surface, beyond the constructed realities towards the underlying luminous field of being itself. The feeling was less one of discovery and more of remembering, as if the universe was patiently waiting for the right perspective, the right level of awareness, for the self to recognize its inherent unity with all that is. And as I continued to drift along this gentle current, I allowed myself to be carried, open, receptive, and filled with a quiet wonder at the magnificent, unfolding pattern of existence. Chapter 32. For months, the threads had danced just beyond the edge of my perception. Intimations, whispers carried on the unseen winds of consciousness. Fragments of understanding snagged from the fabric of daily life. I had sought clarity, a map to navigate the labyrinth of my own mind, the universe's grand design. I had gathered fragments like scattered puzzle pieces, hoping to force them into a shape that made logical sense, a structure defined by the familiar rules of cause and effect. But the more I clung to these fragments, the more the true picture seemed to recede. The logical frameworks, the neatly constructed theories about reality, felt increasingly like props in a play where the actors, the so-called me, were merely reacting, not creating. Doubt, a persistent and unsettling companion, began to gnaw at the foundations of my certainty. If this was the way things were, why did it feel so incomplete? Why did the grand narrative I was assembling feel less like a discovery and more like a patchwork quilt stitched together from borrowed patterns? Then came a shift, not a sudden revelation in a blinding flash, but a subtle turning of the tide within. It was less a change in thought and more a change in being. I found myself sitting quietly, not in search of enlightenment, but simply resting in the stillness between thoughts. No agenda, no goal beyond the present moment. And in that stillness, something began to unfurl like a lotus petal opening to the sun. It wasn't about visualizing anything, not in the way I had tried before. This was different. It was about feeling. I focused not on the self, not on the observer, but on the field itself, the vast shimmering backdrop against which everything seemed to unfold. I allowed myself to sense the interconnectedness, the resonant quality of existence that the rational mind so readily dismisses as metaphor or fantasy, and I began to see, not with my eyes necessarily, but with a deeper sense of perception, an attunement to the underlying currents. I saw the threads not as static lines, but as dynamic flows of energy, intention, and vibration. They weren't just connecting point A to point B. They were weaving, intertwining, creating intricate patterns that seemed to exist on multiple levels simultaneously. There was the pattern of a single thought, its rise and fall, its ripple effect through the field. There was the pattern of relationships, the dance of give and take, the resonance of shared energy. And there was the larger pattern, the cosmic design I had only dreamed of understanding. It wasn't a blueprint handed down from on high. It felt more like witnessing the very process of creation itself in real time at a fundamental level. I saw how intention held with focus within this field could subtly influence the threads around it. How a single clear thought rooted in a deep sense of being could send ripples that extended far beyond the initial point of origin. It wasn't forceful, not manipulation. It was more like tuning a string on a vast instrument. The vibration altered the whole. The concept of cause and effect transformed. It wasn't a linear sequence where event A inevitably leads to event B. It was a web of cause and effect, a constant interplay of influence and response, feedback loops that spiraled outwards and inwards in ways that defied simple prediction. My actions, my thoughts, my state of being, they weren't just mine. They were contributions to the collective field influencing the patterns available to everyone. This understanding didn't come with answers to all my questions. In fact, it raised more. How did these patterns form? What was the nature of this field? Was there a central intelligence or was it the emergent property of this intricate weaving? But the nature of the questions changed. They were no longer questions of what to do, but questions of how to participate, how to navigate the sea of interconnectedness with greater awareness and intention. The sense of isolation, the feeling of being a separate me, adrift in a vast ocean, began to soften. I wasn't losing myself. I was finding a more expansive sense of belonging, a recognition that my journey was part of a much larger ongoing unfolding. The pressure to perform, to achieve, to be a certain kind of success began to lift. If I was part of the pattern, my worth wasn't tied to the outcomes I could control, but to my conscious participation, my alignment with the flow I was sensing. This wasn't a destination I had reached. It felt more like a fundamental shift in orientation. I was no longer looking at the universe, trying to understand it from the outside. I was beginning to sense within it, to feel the pulse, the rhythm, the intelligent dynamic quality of the field itself. The journey of discovery wasn't about finding a final truth to accept, but about embracing the process of understanding, the continuous unfolding of awareness within the tapestry of existence. The path ahead seemed less about seeking and more about being. Less about accumulating knowledge and more about tuning into the knowledge that already resided within the field. That was the very essence of the moment. The challenge, I realized, wasn't to figure it all out but to live from this place of sensing, of participating consciously in the intricate dance of the threads, allowing the understanding to arise naturally as a byproduct of presence. And in that acceptance, a profound sense of peace settled over me. The search wasn't over, but its nature had transformed. It was no longer an external quest for answers, but an internal journey of alignment, of tuning my own frequency to the grand unfolding pattern of the universe. The map was no longer needed. I was beginning to sense the territory directly. The air in the study felt charged tonight, thick with the scent of old paper and something else, something electric like ozone after a storm. I sat cross-legged on the worn rug, fingers tracing the embossed spine of a forgotten volume, when the realization struck me not as a thought, but as a physical vibration in my bones. It wasn't new, not really, but tonight it crystallized into something undeniable. We are threads in a tapestry we weave ourselves. For years I'd chased enlightenment like a mirage, seeking answers in ancient texts and the whispers of sages. I'd meditated until my legs ached, journaled until my hands cramped. And yet the grand design of existence remained obscured, like trying to see the ocean from a single grain of sand. Then in the stillness between breaths, the veil lifted, not dramatically, but like dawn seeping through curtains, gradual, inevitable, and transformative. The first layer of understanding came when I grasped that consciousness isn't something we have, but what we are. We aren't bodies piloting minds. We're focal points of awareness in an infinite sea of potential. Imagine a spider's web at dawn, each strand glistening with dew. Each dew drop isn't separate from the web. It is the web refracting the same light. That's how we exist as localized expressions of a universal consciousness. The universe doesn't have consciousness. It is consciousness, and we are its eyes and ears. This realization dissolved the illusion of separation. The anger I felt toward a stranger, it was my own unmet needs reflected back. The joy in a child's laughter, a reminder of my own innate wholeness. We project our inner landscapes onto the world, mistaking the reflection for the source. Like a dreamer terrified of their own nightmare, we forget we're the dreamer. The universe isn't a puzzle to be solved. It's a mirror to be recognized. Then came the understanding of time. I'd always seen it as a linear river, past, present, future flowing relentlessly onward. But in that charged stillness, I perceived it as a vast shimmering tapestry. Every moment exists simultaneously. The past isn't gone. It's a pattern woven into the present. The future isn't a void. It's a field of infinite possibilities. We're constantly collapsing into reality through our choices. Regret, that's clinging to a thread that's already part of the whole. Anxiety, weaving fear into a future that hasn't yet solidified. The present moment isn't a sliver between two eternities. It's the loom where all time intersects. This led me to the nature of beliefs. They are not just opinions. They are the operating system of reality. Like the invisible gravity that holds planets in orbit, beliefs shape our experience with silent, undeniable force. I recalled a time I convinced myself I'd fail at a project. Every setback felt like proof, every success like a fluke. The belief became self-fulfilling. But when I shifted it to I am learning and growing, the world rearranged itself. Opportunities appeared, challenges softened. It wasn't magic. It was alignment. Beliefs are the lenses through which we perceive the kaleidoscopic potential of the universe. Change the lens, change the view. The deepest insight came about inner senses. We prize sight, sound, and touch, the outer senses. But there are others. The sense of knowing, the feeling of expansion, the intuition that hums beneath logic. These aren't extrasensory. They are essential senses tuned to the fabric of being itself. When I quieted my mind, I could feel the interconnectedness of all things, not as an idea, but as a physical resonance. Like tuning a radio to a frequency, I could hear the hum of the earth, the pulse of distant stars, the unspoken language of trees. It's not supernatural. It's remembering what we've forgotten. We're not separate observers, but participants in a cosmic symphony. This brings me to the core of it all, creation. We don't create in the way a sculptor carves stone by imposing form on inert matter. We create through attention, where we place our focus. We pour energy, obsess over lack, we amplify it, fixate on love, we magnetize it. The universe is responsive, not reactive. It doesn't judge our desires. It simply responds to the intensity of our focus. Like a spotlight in a dark theater, what we illuminate becomes real. The challenge isn't to get what we want, but to vibrate with it until our being resonates with the frequency of our desires. I rose to my feet, the room feeling both larger and more intimate. The old book lay open on the desk, its pages blank, not because I hadn't read it, but because the words were no longer needed. The truth wasn't in the text, it was in the air. In the silence between heartbeats, in the way the moonlight spilled across the floor like liquid silver. We are the universe experiencing itself. Every joy, every sorrow, every moment of confusion or clarity is the cosmos waking up to its own magnificence. The journey isn't about reaching a destination. It's about unlearning the illusion of separation, remembering our wholeness, and daring to create from that place of knowing. The tapestry is infinite, and we hold the threads. The question isn't what is the universe but what will we choose to weave, and in that question I found not just an answer but an invitation. Chapter 33. The morning light filtered through the window not as a mere physical phenomenon but as a conscious presence. I sat cross-legged on the floor, the cool wood beneath me grounding me in this moment. Yet my awareness expanded outward beyond the walls of this room, beyond the sky itself. This wasn't meditation in the conventional sense. It was a remembering of what I'd always known but had forgotten in the density of daily life. For years I chased understanding like a shadow always just beyond my grasp. I sought answers in books, in the wisdom of ancient texts, in the hushed tones of spiritual gatherings. Yet the more I sought, the more elusive the truth became. It was only when I stopped seeking externally that the universe began to whisper its secrets in the language of my own being. The illusion of separation. The first profound shift came when I truly grasped the illusion of separation. We are taught to see ourselves as isolated islands separate from each other, from nature, from the cosmos. But in the quiet stillness of my inner sanctuary, I felt it, the subtle hum connecting every atom, every thought, every star. It wasn't a metaphor, it was a palpable reality. Imagine a vast intricate tapestry. Each thread is a consciousness, a being, a planet. We believe we are individual threads, distinct and independent. Yet when you step back, you see the whole. The pattern is seamless. The color of one thread influences the hue of another. The tension in one part affects the entire fabric. This is existence not fragmented but unified. When I hurt, I felt the collective ache of humanity. When I loved, I sensed the universal joy expanding beyond my own heart. This realization wasn't intellectual, it was visceral. It rewired my perception. The stranger on the street wasn't other. They were me experiencing a different facet of the same journey. The tree outside my window wasn't just vegetation. It was a breathing expression of the same life force animating me. Beliefs as architects. Next, I confronted the power of beliefs not as passive ideas but as active architects of reality. We treat beliefs like opinions. I believe this. I believe that. But in truth, they are the blueprints of our experience. I recall a time when I was trapped in a cycle of scarcity. No matter how much I earned, I felt perpetually lacking. It wasn't about money, it was about the deep-seated belief that I wasn't worthy of abundance. This belief wasn't just a thought, it was a frequency I broadcast constantly. The universe in its infinite responsiveness mirrored it back. Opportunity slipped through my fingers. Relationships felt transactional. Life felt like a struggle. Then one day I didn't try to change the belief. Instead, I observed it without judgment. I sat with the feeling of unworthiness, allowing it to exist without resistance. And in that space of allowance, something shifted. I realized the belief wasn't true. It was just a pattern I had inherited, reinforced, but never consciously chosen. I began to consciously choose a new belief. I am a conduit for abundance, not as a mantra to repeat, but as a felt sense. I imagined abundance flowing through me like light. I practiced receiving small gifts, a stranger's kindness, a sudden insight, a blooming flower. Each time I acknowledged it as evidence of my new reality. Slowly, the world rearranged itself. Opportunities appeared. Gratitude replaced lack. It wasn't magic. It was alignment, co-creation in motion. This led me to the heart of the matter. We are not passive observers of life. We are active co-creators. The universe doesn't do things to us. It responds to our inner state. Thoughts, emotions, intentions, they are all creative impulses. Think of your mind as a fertile garden. If you plant seeds of doubt and fear, you harvest weeds of limitation. If you plant seeds of love and clarity, you bloom flowers of joy and possibility. But here's the key. You must tend the garden, not with force or struggle, but with gentle, consistent awareness. I used to pray for outcomes. Please let me get this job. Now I align with the essence of what I desire. If I seek a job that brings fulfillment, I focus on the feeling of fulfillment itself. I embody it. I live as if it's already real. The universe in its boundless creativity then orchestrates the how. It might bring a chance encounter, a sudden inspiration, or a door opening where I least expected it. This isn't about controlling life. It's about dancing with it, leading when inspired, following when guided, trusting that the universe has a larger perspective even when my limited mind can't see it. The stillness within. Finally, I discovered that all true creation arises from stillness. In the noise of the mind, the worries, the plans, the regrets, the creative voice gets drowned out. But when I sink into the silence between thoughts, I tap into the source. This stillness isn't empty, it's infinitely full. It's the womb of all possibilities. It's where the universe breathes. When I rest in this space, I don't try to create. I allow creation to flow through me. Ideas emerge fully formed. Solutions arrive without effort. I learn to pause before acting. To ask, is this coming from the stillness or from the noise? If it's from the stillness, it feels light, expansive, aligned. If it's from the noise, it feels heavy, forced, disconnected. The journey unfolds. This journey isn't linear. It's a spiral. I revisit old lessons with deeper understanding. I fall back into illusion only to remember again. But each cycle brings more clarity. Each remembrance strengthens the connection to the whole. I am not the body. I am not the mind. I am the awareness that witnesses both. I am the consciousness that dances through form, learning, growing, expanding. And so are you. The universe isn't a mystery to be solved. It's a dance to be lived. And in every step, every breath, every choice, we are not just living it, we are creating it. So I invite you, pause, and feel the connection, choose your beliefs wisely, tend your inner garden, rest in the stillness, and know with every fiber of your being, that you are the universe experiencing itself. And that, my friend, is the greatest realization of all. Chapter 34. The path of understanding often feels less like a journey across vast landscapes and more like navigating the intricate currents within one's own consciousness. For months, perhaps years now, I have walked this path, seeking not answers that are given, but the capacity to perceive the questions with greater clarity. I have observed the patterns, the subtle shifts in energy, the way thoughts shape reality, and the profound interconnectedness that underlies all things. Yet, there remains a layer, a fundamental aspect of operation that seems just beyond the veil of immediate perception. This chapter marks a turning point, not necessarily in the grand scheme of things, but in the immediacy of my experience. It began, as so many insights do, with a feeling rather than a thought, a deep sense of peace, not the passive stillness of meditation, but an active, vibrant calmness that seemed to fill the spaces between my thoughts. It was as if the constant hum of internal critique, the chatter of comparison, the subtle pulls of fear and desire had momentarily subsided, allowing me to listen to a deeper frequency. I was sitting by a window, the late afternoon sun casting long, gentle shadows across the room. Outside the world moved with its usual rhythm, the chatter of birds, the distant hum of traffic, the rustle of leaves. But within me there was a stillness that felt profoundly different. It wasn't emptiness. It felt like clarity, like the air had become crystalline, allowing light to pass through with perfect transparency. And in that clarity, I perceived a subtle resonance. It wasn't a sound exactly, though it had a resonant quality. It was more like a field of potential, a vast ocean of energy vibrating at a fundamental frequency. My own thoughts, my own emotions, my own physical sensations were like ripples on the surface of this vast ocean. They arose, they persisted for a moment, and then they dissipated, leaving the underlying field unchanged or perhaps suddenly altered. It was a humbling realization. For so long I had focused on the ripples, the thoughts, the feelings, the external events that captured my attention. I had tried to control them, understand them, master them. And while that had brought some measure of peace, it was always incomplete. There was always a sense that I was observing myself from outside rather than being an integral part of the whole. But in this moment of perceived stillness, the distinction blurred. The observer and the observed ceased to be separate. I wasn't in the field. I was at the field. My intention, my focus, even the simple act of being in that moment was like a tuning fork resonating with the vast ocean. And in resonating, I wasn't just receiving. I was participating. My small ripples were contributing to the overall pattern. Just as the universe's vast patterns were shaping my own small world, this understanding shifted something fundamental within me. It wasn't a sudden revelation that could be captured in a sentence or a paragraph. It was more like a gradual attunement, a turning of the dial on a radio until I found a clear frequency. The universe wasn't something out there to be understood intellectually or controlled through willpower. It was the very medium through which I perceived, through which I existed, and it operated according to principles of resonance, vibration, and intention. The concept of like attracts like became less like a simplistic platitude and more like a fundamental law of interaction. It wasn't that I was magically attracting things through sheer force of thought. It was that my state of being, my vibrational frequency, determined the nature of the experiences I was most likely to encounter and perceive. If I was operating from a place of fear and scarcity, my attention would be drawn to experiences reflecting those states. If instead I was operating from a place of openness, trust, and intention aligned with the resonant frequency of the field, I would perceive opportunities and possibilities that had previously been invisible. This wasn't about wishful thinking. It was about alignment. It was about understanding that my mind and my emotions were not just passive receptors but active creators shaping my experience by their state, and the state of the universe itself was a reflection of this principle on a grander scale. What I perceived as reality was in large part a reflection of my own vibrational state and my intention. This understanding brought with it a profound sense of responsibility. It wasn't about blame or guilt, but about awareness. I could no longer stand by passively reacting to the world around me, expecting circumstances to magically align for my benefit. My journey had revealed that the alignment was a consequence of how I related to the field, how I used my intention. The practical implications began to unfold slowly. The next time I felt overwhelmed by a challenge, instead of reacting with anxiety, I tried to pause. I tried to shift my perspective to ask, what is the intention I wish to hold here? What state of being resonates with the solution or the best outcome? It wasn't about forcing an answer but about tuning into that deeper frequency, that sense of calm possibility that I had begun to perceive. It required practice. It required patience. It required a willingness to observe the internal landscape without immediate judgment or correction. Sometimes the old patterns would arise, the self-criticism, the fear, the desire for external validation, and I learned to observe them as ripples, acknowledging their presence without allowing them to pull me away from the deeper resonance. This journey of self-realization is, I now understand, not a destination to be reached but a continuous process of attunement. The universe, this vast resonant field, is always offering feedback. The challenges are not punishments, but opportunities to refine my intention, to adjust my frequency, to align more closely with the flow of the field. I sit back from the window now. The sun has set and the room is bathed in soft moonlight. The external world is quiet. The internal hum remains a constant reminder of the vibrancy and the potential. I don't seek to silence it, to control it, or to understand it completely. I simply exist within it, a tuning fork, carefully attuned, resonating with the vastness. And in that resonance, I find not just understanding, but peace. A peace that comes not from having all the answers, but from knowing that I am part of the answer. That my intention, my focus, my state of being is a vital thread in the intricate tapestry of the universe. This realization, this deepening connection to the way things work, is the true treasure of this journey. It is the ongoing discovery that I am inextricably and wonderfully connected to all that is. Chapter 35. The path forward ceased to feel like a struggle and began to resemble a gentle unfolding. No longer was I chasing an external destination driven by a sense of lack or a need to overcome. Instead, the journey itself became the revelation, and the destination was simply the next step on an infinitely extending path of discovery within. This shift was subtle at first, like the first hint of dawn breaking over a dark landscape. Then it deepened, solidifying into a new way of perceiving reality. I found myself spending more time in stillness, not as an act of discipline, but as an alignment with a natural rhythm. The frantic energy that had once characterized my search began to quiet, replaced by an intense curiosity about the nature of the quiet itself. Within this stillness, the internal landscape became more vivid, more intricate. It wasn't the chaotic static of old. It was a field of subtle energy, a vast interconnected web where thoughts, feelings, and sensations seemed to resonate like notes on a cosmic scale. I began to notice the patterns. They were everywhere in the way a leaf unfolds from a bud, mirroring the subtle unfolding within my own awareness. In the spiral of a shell echoing the logarithmic growth I observed in my understanding, in the seemingly random arrangement of stars which upon closer inspection revealed deeper geometric structures and alignments that pointed towards an underlying order, a cosmic architecture. This wasn't about seeing patterns in the universe. It was about recognizing that the universe itself was a pattern, an expression of a fundamental organizing principle. This organizing principle felt less like a conscious mind and more like a field of potential, a vast intelligent energy field from which all manifestation arose. It was a natural law to be understood like gravity or the laws of thermodynamics, though on a scale infinitely grander and more subtle. My realization wasn't a sudden epiphany, but a dawning comprehension that slowly replaced the old framework of separate selves and independent objects. I experimented. I held the intention not to get something but to understand the nature of the process of receiving. I observed the subtle shifts in my energy field, the way thoughts and feelings flowed and interacted, the way I seemed to attune to a deeper current. It became apparent that the universe worked through resonance and alignment. Like a tuning fork drawn to its matching frequency, I found myself moving toward states of being that were in harmony with the flow I sought to understand. Fear and resistance created a dissonance, a friction that slowed or blocked the process. Acceptance, curiosity, and a state of open awareness, however faint, allowed the current to flow more freely. The concept of cause and effect took on a new meaning. It wasn't simply about actions having consequences in the external world. It was about the nature of thought and feeling itself. The very act of focusing awareness on a particular state of being or a specific idea was a cause that resonated through the interconnected field, influencing the probability of future experiences. My internal state wasn't just a reflection of my external reality. It was an active participant shaping it from the inside out. This wasn't fatalism. It was empowerment through understanding. By understanding the mechanism, I gained the ability to consciously influence my own energetic field and consequently the nature of my reality. I spent hours simply feeling the interconnectedness. It wasn't a sentimental feeling of oneness, but a hard-won understanding of the fundamental unity beneath the surface appearances. Every thought, every feeling, every action of every being ripples through this field. There were no isolated islands of consciousness. We were all nodes in a vast dynamic network influencing and being influenced by the whole. This understanding transformed the way I viewed conflict, separation, and struggle. They seemed less like inherent aspects of reality and more like distortions, areas where the natural flow of resonance had been interrupted or obscured. The journey of self-realization wasn't about discovering a separate fixed self buried beneath layers of conditioning. It was about realizing that the sense of I was itself an energetic construct, a focal point within this vast field, constantly coalescing and dissolving. My identity wasn't fixed. It was fluid, evolving with my state of awareness. The true self wasn't a destination to be reached. It was the very process of conscious awareness itself. The ability to observe, to inquire, to remain present and aware of the unfolding pattern. This understanding brought a profound sense of peace. The relentless pursuit of external validation or the fear of annihilation ceased to have the same power. I wasn't threatened by the idea of the universe or by the dissolution of the ego construct. Instead, I felt a sense of belonging, a recognition that I was an integral, albeit temporary, part of this magnificent intelligent unfolding. The universe wasn't something out there to be conquered or understood intellectually. It was the ground of being, the source from which I drew my very sense of existence and awareness. This wasn't the end of the journey. Of course, there were still layers to peel away, still aspects of the pattern to explore, but the nature of the exploration had changed. It was no longer driven by a sense of lack or a need to fit into a preconceived mold. It was an exploration born from a place of understanding, from a desire to simply witness, to participate consciously in the magnificent intelligent dance of existence, recognizing my place within the intricate unfolding pattern of all things. Chapter 36. The path of understanding is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding river carving its way through the landscape of the self, revealing new shores with each turn. For some time now, I have felt the pull of a deeper knowing, a resonance that vibrates beneath the surface of everyday awareness. It's not a voice demanding attention, nor a thought chasing another. It is more akin to a feeling, a sense of rightness, a quiet hum of alignment with something vast and ancient. Recent weeks have been dedicated to observing the inner landscape with renewed focus. The fluctuations of emotion, the patterns of thought, the subtle reactions to the external world, all have become points of inquiry. I watch how a simple statement, a minor inconvenience, or a moment of unexpected beauty can trigger ripples within me, echoes of a deeper structure. And in observing, a subtle but significant shift has begun to crystallize. It is becoming increasingly clear that the distinction between the self and the universe is perhaps an illusion or at least a profoundly limiting perception. We have spent so much energy defining the self by its separateness, its thoughts, its feelings, its history, its physical form. We build walls around this constructed entity, defend it, protect it, and measure its worth against the perceived standards of the world outside. This is the familiar territory of the separate self, the ego. but the resonance I am feeling suggests a different reality. It points towards the interconnectedness that underlies all phenomena. Every thought, every emotion, every action is not an isolated event occurring within a self, but a pulse sent out into the vast field of consciousness that we call the universe. It is like dropping a stone into a still pond. The ripples extend infinitely, though their intensity diminishes with distance. This understanding does not negate the experience of the individual. It enriches it. It suggests that the self is not a fixed entity but a dynamic point of awareness within this interconnected field. Our thoughts and feelings are not merely internal states but have a quality of reaching out, influencing the field around us. And conversely, the field, the universe, reflects back to us in myriad ways, shaping our inner landscape. I find myself noticing this exchange more keenly. A moment of compassion felt sends out a subtle vibration. It touches the field, and the effect is not confined to my own heart. A moment of judgment conversely creates a different kind of resonance, a tightening, a fragmentation. I see now that these internal states are not just mine. They are contributions to the larger whole. This realization brings with it a profound sense of responsibility. Not in a punitive way but in a way that acknowledges the power of our participation. When we understand that our inner world ripples outwards, we cannot help but be more conscious of the quality of our thoughts and feelings. It is not about achieving some state of constant positive thinking, for that is both simplistic and ignores the full spectrum of human experience. It is about awareness. It is about recognizing that every state, every nuance of consciousness contributes to the tapestry of the universe. The universe from this perspective seems less like a machine and more like a living, breathing field of potential. It is a field of consciousness in which we are not separate observers but active participants, co-creators. Our focus, our attention, our state of being, these are the colors we add to the collective canvas. What we perceive as external events are actually the manifestations of the collective consciousness, including our own interacting within this vast field. This understanding began to dissolve the sense of isolation that had often plagued me. The challenges, the sorrows, the moments of confusion, they are not solely my burden to carry. They are part of the larger pattern, the unfolding of consciousness. This does not diminish the pain, but it reframes it. It places it within a context of interconnectedness, of shared experience, of collective evolution. There is a certain freedom in this realization. It is the freedom from the need to be the sole repository of one's problems or the sole source of one's joy. It is the recognition that we are part of a larger flow, a current that carries us along. This does not eliminate the need for personal effort or choice. Indeed, it highlights their importance in shaping our participation within this flow. The journey towards this understanding is ongoing. It requires continuous observation, a willingness to look beyond the surface of the self and the world, and an openness to the mystery of existence. It is a journey into the heart of the universe, not as an external explorer, but as an internal participant, discovering the nature of one's own being within the grander context. Today, as I sit here feeling the quiet hum of this awareness, I sense a deepening of that initial resonance. It is not a sudden revelation but a gradual deepening of understanding, like the clearings that appear on a path once the trees have been seen through. I understand now that the exploration of the self is in essence the exploration of the universe from within. And as I continue to explore, I feel the universe unfolding before me, not as a distant mystery, but as the living, breathing field of potential in which I am both participant and witness. This is the journey, and it is in its own way the greatest adventure of all. Chapter 37. The path of understanding is rarely a straight line. More often it resembles a vast intricate labyrinth where the walls shift, the corridors twist unexpectedly, and the very air hums with the potential of discovery. For some time now, I have felt the pull of a deeper knowing, not through grand epiphanies or dramatic signs, but through a subtle, persistent shift within my own awareness. It is as if the static of the everyday has begun to fade, allowing me to hear a quieter, more resonant frequency beneath the surface of reality. This resonance is not something I can easily describe with conventional language. It is less a sound and more a feeling, a sense of profound connection, a recognition that the boundaries between self and other, between mind and matter, between the inner and the outer world are far more porous than my previous understanding allowed. I have spent considerable time observing the world, observing my own thoughts and feelings, seeking the patterns that underlie the apparent chaos. I have read, meditated, and reflected, trying to grasp the essence of this interconnectedness that now feels so intuitively obvious. And yet, the intellectual comprehension lags behind the experiential knowing. My mind trained for analysis and categorization struggles to contain the sheer vastness and fluidity of what I am beginning to perceive. How does one articulate the feeling that the universe is not merely a backdrop against which I exist, but is in fact an expression of my own consciousness and mine of it? It sounds paradoxical, perhaps even nonsensical to those operating from a purely materialistic framework. But the resonance I feel speaks a different language, one of participation, of co-creation, of fundamental unity. I find myself spending more time in quiet observation, not just of the external world, but of the inner landscape. The fluctuations of mood, the rise and fall of thought, the subtle shifts in perception, these are no longer merely internal events happening to me. They feel like ripples on a vast interconnected ocean of awareness. I watch a thought arise, perceive its transient nature, and notice how it colors my state of being, how it suddenly influences my interaction with the world around me. And in that observation, there is a growing sense of detachment, not from emotion, but from its absolute control. I see it for what it is. Energy in motion, a pattern arising and passing away without the automatic identification that once led to suffering and attachment. This understanding does not come without its challenges. The very structures of belief that have defined my sense of self, my roles, my achievements, my limitations begin to feel less solid, less absolute. If the boundary between self and other is blurred, then the definition of self itself becomes fluid. This can be unsettling, a profound disruption to the ego structure that has for so long provided a sense of stability and identity. There is a natural tendency to resist this dissolution, to cling to the familiar even if the familiar is no longer serving the deeper understanding that is emerging. I have noticed moments of fear, moments where the old patterns surface, demanding attention, trying to pull me back into a state of separation and striving. These are the shadows cast by the emerging light. They remind me that this process is not about annihilation but about transformation. It is about expanding the definition of who I am, moving beyond the limited construct of the personal ego to a more expansive sense of identity rooted in this universal field of awareness. The resonance I speak of seems to be a fundamental property of this field. It is the vibration of oneness, the inherent harmony of all things. To tune into this resonance is to align with the natural flow of the universe, to move from a state of striving and effort towards one of effortless participation. It is to recognize that the universe is working, that everything is unfolding according to a divine intelligence, and that my role is not to force outcomes, but to remain aligned with the flow, to observe, to learn, and to express my unique contribution from a place of inner harmony. This does not mean passivity. Far from it. It means engaging with the world from a position of clarity and awareness, understanding that my actions are imbued with intention and energy and that I have a profound responsibility to align these actions with the principles of love, compassion, and unity that I am beginning to perceive at the heart of reality. It is about conscious creation, not in a forceful, manipulative way, but in a way that honors the inherent goodness and intelligence of the universe. As I write this, sitting quietly in my space, I feel the resonance more strongly than ever before. It is in the quietude, the stillness from which all things arise, that I can most clearly perceive the underlying patterns, the interconnected threads that bind everything together. It is a hum, a vibration that underlies thought, emotion, and sensation. It is the sound of the universe expressing itself moment by moment through each individual consciousness. This realization is not a destination but another stage on the journey. It is a recognition of the inherent nature of being, a glimpse into the infinite potential that resides within and around me. The path forward remains unwritten with the mystery and wonder of discovery, but the lens through which I view the world has changed. The illusion of separation has lessened, replaced by a growing sense of belonging to something vast and beautiful, a cosmic symphony in which I am both player and conductor, observer and participant all at once. And in that understanding, there is a profound sense of peace, a quiet joy that transcends the fluctuations of the inner and outer world. The resonance of being has begun to resonate deeply within my own core, guiding me forward with a gentle certainty towards whatever the next turn in the labyrinth may bring. Chapter 38. For some time now, I have felt the pull of a deeper understanding, a sense that the threads of my own existence are woven into a much larger pattern. The whispers I first perceived have grown into a more persistent hum, a background sound that suggests the world operates not entirely by the rules I was taught, but according to a more intricate, intelligent design. This journey towards self-realization has not been a linear ascent. It has felt more like navigating an ever-shifting labyrinth where each perceived dead end reveals a new corridor and every solved puzzle uncovers a question more profound than the one before. The concepts that once seemed esoteric, bordering on the fantastical, now resonate with a familiar truth within my own being. The idea that my thoughts possess creative power, for instance, is no longer merely an intellectual concept. I have witnessed it, felt it, experienced the subtle nudges and confirmations that arise when I align my focus with my intentions. It is not about magic tricks or demanding the universe bend to my will. It is about recognizing that consciousness is fundamental, that my own awareness is a vital component of the reality I perceive. The universe, it seems, is responsive to the quality and focus of my inner state. This understanding has shifted my relationship with the external world. No longer do I see challenges as purely external obstacles to be overcome by force of will or conventional means. Instead, I view them as opportunities for insight, as signals from the deeper structure of things, inviting me to look beyond the surface disturbance and understand the pattern beneath. A difficult conversation, an unexpected setback, a moment of confusion. These are no longer merely problems to be solved, but invitations to explore the nature of my own reactions, my own beliefs, and the energetic patterns at play. I find myself spending more time in quiet observation, not just of the world around me, but of the inner landscape. The mind, once a chaotic battleground of thoughts and anxieties, is learning to become a clearer vessel. Meditation practices, once perhaps felt as a chore or a struggle to maintain focus, now often feel like stepping into a quiet harbor after a turbulent sea. In that stillness, I can begin to discern the subtle undercurrents of feeling, the deeper motivations beneath surface thoughts, the quiet voice of intuition that sometimes whispers when the noise has subsided. This inner work is where the understanding of the universe's nature becomes most tangible. It is not something I am discovering out there, it is something I am discovering within. The sense of separateness, the belief that I am a solitary island in an ocean of matter begins to soften. I realize that self is not a fixed entity but a particular configuration of awareness within this vast field of consciousness. My experiences, my perceptions, my very sense of isness are part of the unfolding drama of this field. I start to see connections everywhere. The apparent randomness of events seems to yield to a principle of resonance. Like attracts like, not necessarily in a direct cause and effect chain that I can always trace, but in a broader sense of vibrational alignment. My state of being influences the state of being around me, and the state of being around me influences my own state. This is the universe in motion, a living, breathing, interconnected system where every part influences every other part directly or indirectly. This realization brings with it a profound sense of responsibility, but also liberation. The weight of judging myself and others based on rigid standards diminishes. If we are all part of this interconnected tapestry, if my own state affects the whole, then understanding and compassion become paramount. It is no longer about blame or condemnation, but about seeing the shared humanity, the shared struggle and shared potential within every individual. There are still moments of confusion, times when the old patterns of reaction surface, when the sheer complexity of it all can feel overwhelming. The path of self-realization is not one of arrival, but of ongoing exploration. There will always be more to learn, more layers to uncover, more aspects of myself, and the nature of reality to discover. Yet the fundamental shift has occurred. The core of who I am feels more grounded, more authentic. I no longer seek validation or security primarily from external sources. The understanding that I am an integral part of a larger intelligent and unfolding reality provides a stability that transcends personal circumstances. I am not just existing in the universe. I am beginning to understand that I am of the universe, a conscious thread contributing to and being woven by the magnificent, mysterious, and infinitely unfolding tapestry of all that is. Epilogue: embracing the vibrant tapestry. The journey towards self-realization is, I have learned, less like reaching a distant summit and more like waking up to the fact that you have been sleeping in a magnificent palace all along. The intricate patterns on the floor were the constellations I gazed upon from my bed, the gentle hum of the central fountain, the rhythm of the universe I ignored beneath the static of my own mind. As I write these final words, the dust motes dance in the beam of sunlight that streams through the window, each a tiny universe in its own right, swirling and settling with effortless grace. This isn't a destination I've arrived at, but rather a deeper understanding of the path itself. The separation I once felt, the illusion of me versus the world, the me versus the divine, has dissolved into a more integrated sense of being. I don't claim to have all the answers. The universe in its infinite wisdom seems to offer more questions than answers, and perhaps that is the very point. It is a grand unfolding mystery, and my role isn't to solve it, but to participate in its unfolding from a place of conscious awareness. I have learned that the universe isn't some external force to be manipulated or appeased. It is the intelligent interconnected field of energy and possibility that we are all immersed in. The laws, those of attraction, vibration, intention, resonance, aren't commandments handed down from on high, but rather descriptions of how this energetic field naturally operates. They are the grammar of the cosmos, and understanding this grammar allows us to speak its language more effectively. My own internal landscape has transformed. The relentless chatter of the ego, once so loud, now finds a quieter space. It still speaks, of course, but its voice is one among many, not the sole narrator of my reality. I listen more closely to the whispers of intuition, the subtle guidance that arises from a quieter mind aligned with the flow. Fear, once a paralyzing force, still arises, but I recognize it now as merely information, a signal that I am stepping outside my comfort zone or resisting the natural order. I don't fight it so fiercely. I inquire of it, thank it for its perspective, and observe its energy. Knowing it too is part of the tapestry. This understanding doesn't eliminate hardship. Life continues to present its challenges, its moments of uncertainty and loss. But my relationship with these experiences has shifted. I see them less as personal failures or misfortunes and more as opportunities for growth, lessons in disguise, catalysts for deeper understanding and expansion. Even the perceived failures offer valuable data revealing what I still need to learn, what energies I need to adjust within myself. The practice of awareness, the conscious choice to observe my thoughts, feelings, and actions without immediate judgment has become my anchor. It's not always easy, this conscious living. There are days when the old patterns surface, when the old fears whisper their familiar lies. But the knowing remains that I am not separate, that I am capable of creating my reality from a place of choice aligned with the vibrational frequency of love and unity. So where do I go from here? I don't know. The path continues infinitely unfolding. My intention isn't to reach a final state of perfection or enlightenment, for I now see such concepts as limitations. The intention is simply to continue learning, continuing to align, continuing to explore the vast beautiful landscape of my own consciousness and my place within this magnificent universe. My invitation to those who feel the pull of this journey is to begin where you are, not with grand gestures or complex theories, but with simple conscious awareness. Observe your breath. Notice your thoughts without getting swept away by them. Feel your connection to the earth beneath your feet, the air in your lungs, the sun on your skin. Ask questions. Listen for the answers that arise from within. The universe works in mysterious and wonderful ways. It responds to intention, to vibration. It offers infinite possibilities. The greatest discovery isn't finding some secret formula or achieving a specific state, but rather remembering who you truly are, a conscious spark of the divine, an integral part of this unfolding cosmic dance. The journey is the reward. Embrace the vibrant tapestry of your existence. Welcome the light and the shadow. Know that you are supported. You are loved and you are exactly where you need to be on your own unique path towards home with deep awareness and continued wonder. End of navigating the quantum field of the self. End of book.